Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is day 2, the final day of the Iesf Africa Qualifiers. My name is DK, and I'm joined today by Priest. Priest, how you doing?
Showtime, showtime, showtime. I feel great. And it's been a while to see you, DK. It's absolutely amazing to see you. We are here live, and I'm super excited to see what tonight has in store for us.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty exciting run. I mean, based on what we saw just yesterday, I think today is going to be a pretty hot and heated one. We saw one team yesterday doing some pretty crazy things, running away with points. And then as we approached that later part of the day, we did see the rest of the lobby really starting to heat up, catching up, taking them down, and of course, securing themselves some pretty good points. But it is time for us to take a look at that schedule in case you are new to the show here today. Of course, we are going to be starting off on the lovely Sanhok before heading into a triple dose of Erangel. And then we close it up, Mr. Priest, with the last 2 games, the final 2 Miramars, to see who will be sitting at the top of the overall leaderboard.
Ooh. Well, that is a beautiful lineup that we are seeing right here, kicking off with Sanhok, and like you said, triple dosage of Erangel, and then closing out with Miramar. We saw how it panned out for those teams yesterday. Can they replicate their performance? Can they improve on their performances? That is what we are looking out for. But, the structure of these maps actually plays a role in the strategies these teams use, going into the final third, especially in those last 2 Miramar games. I personally want to see what it's going to look like. But, if you don't know the point structure, here it is on your screens. A chicken dinner gets you 10 clean sweet points with a second place finish with 6 points on the board. Third place gives you 5 points. Fourth with 4. Fifth, 3 points to the good. Sixth with 2 points. Seventh to 8th place, 1 point apiece. And ninth to 16th, unfortunately, you will be going home with a donut. But one elimination will give you 1 point for all your troubles. So all you have to do is make sure you get at least something for all your troubles, DK.
Yeah, I mean, 25 eliminations sounds about right. All right, that's a good way. That's 25 points locked in right there. I hope that we kind of don't really see that again happening today. I would love to see a little bit more of a balanced spread, but hey, utilizing the elimination points, that is definitely one way to ensure that you finish strong with regards to these points here. And of course, speaking about points, right, we are going to take point with regards to who our participating teams are, participating countries. Of course, we are going to be starting off alphabetically with the roster here, all the side from Algeria. Algeria, actually, yesterday, they were playing some pretty hot PUBG, if I got to say so myself. I mean, they were just keeping that pressure on as much as they could.
Yeah, major pressure from Algeria, currently sitting in the leaderboard in the top 3. They're looking very comfortable, but can they keep it up? And next on the list, we've got Benin, with also with Pain, Violence, Kira, and Cosmos. These guys have been putting in the work as well. Can they improve upon their position yesterday? Well, we're about to find out. But it has been very, very interesting, seeing how, the likes of Congo have also been participating so far, DK, because you can see that this lineup, they have put everything but the kitchen sink so far. But again, I did see some Congolese, representatives in the chat yesterday. They were repping their flag, and that is the beauty of this tournament. Djibouti is also there, DK.
Yep, Djibouti, they've been bringing it in as well. So it's good to see some love being shown in the chat for these respective countries. Of course, if you're watching in the chat, let us know who you are here to support. Moving on to the next is going to be the side of Egypt. I mean, there's not much for us to say about what Egypt is and what they've been bringing in so far. As we saw yesterday, they brought all the heat that they could find with them. But of course, as we move on to the next country represented, it is going to be the side of Ghana coming through here. Ghana also really holding their own yesterday, so I want to see if they can kind of carry that momentum moving forward into today's matches.
Yeah, I'm also looking out to see, for Ted and Aras, they have been putting in some work there, but we still got to expect some more from them. Also, the same thing from Ivory Coast. Didn't really see much of them yesterday. Hopefully, we'll see more of them today. Poseidon and Noon, the front men for the guys from Ivory Coast. I'm also looking out if they can turn the heat up on the rest of the opposition at that other side of the leaderboard. I'm looking out to see if that's going to be the case. Madagascar, another team that have been been seeing trying to get things up, Nerd, Magic, Absolve, all of them trying to come together to put some serious points on the board. Again, it's been a little bit of a slow start for them, but it's not too far out, and let's not forget Mauritius DK, one of the favorites for this competition, or one of my favorites for this competition. Do you think they have what it takes so far to get over the line?
Well, they definitely shown in last year's qualifier that they do back quite a bit of a punch. So I want to see that now really developing out on the battlefield here. Another team that also doesn't really need any introduction is going to be the side of Morocco. As we know, yesterday there were several opportunities where they were just in such a beautiful setup, beautiful position, looking to drive it home as best they can. But of course, they are going up against the likes of Niger here. And again, right, such a beautiful lineup here for them.
Yeah, Eagle, Wick, Young, and Moles. Again, they have they did start to find your footing towards the last two games yesterday, and I started to see that okay, there is some potential there for Niger. But let's not forget Nigeria is also in the house. We've got Baby, Roach 11, and Nicole all trying to put in the work. It's been a little bit of a slow start for them. Hopefully, they will find your footing in today's lineup of matches, but it's not over just yet. We've also got the guys from Senegal in the mix as well. Nasty Boy, Mighty Malone, and Xenos still also trying to find your footing. It's not been an easy journey, but the road to that chicken dinner is filled with trials and tribulations, DK.
Yeah, it definitely is. Of course, Somalia, no strangers to that, as we've been seeing quite an aggressive performance coming through from them yesterday. So I want to see that ball roll forward into today. We've got Klaus, Jacob, Beast, and no mercy. And that is exactly what we want to see from the side of Somalia. No mercy when they step out onto the battlefield. Of course, next up, we have the representatives here from South Africa. As we can see, Reverb, Lynx, MLK, as well as Sneaks. One of the strong contenders that we saw, right, finishing strong yesterday, all the way up in towards that 4th place. The only team in the top 5 without a winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, equally impressive, but Tunisia might have something to say about that one as well. In the first pass of the leaderboard, Chala, Clever, Stravia, and Ramsey all coming together to see if they can turn their fortunes into better fortunes in today's lineup of games. Again, there is a lot of ground to be covered. Zimbabwe is also in here. Luffy, Itachi, Triller, and Raven also looking for a way to catapult their country to the top of that leaderboard. But again, it is not over just yet. We've still got 6 games to go. It could be anybody's game, and that is what we are going to be looking forward to seeing tonight, DK.
Yeah, I think there's quite a bit of an expectation for this final day, for the final 6 matches to be played, to see what these countries have in store for us. But now I want to ask you, you were watching a little bit of the gameplay yesterday. We couldn't quite hear what your thoughts were on what you saw. So what is your takeaway from what we had happen in yesterday's 6 games?
Well, personally, I think Egypt came with a strategy, and it was a pretty straightforward strategy. It was to eliminate as many teams as possible right off and take domination from the game straight up. Morocco and Algeria had similar play styles. It was all part of the strategy. But, South Africa and the rest of the other teams there, like Senegal, Mauritius, even Ghana, took the game to them towards the later stages. I think it was a matter of getting a hang of the game. The only thing I would say is it took them a little bit too long to get a grasp of what was required, to get the game to that level. But today I'm looking forward to seeing a little bit more changes, a little bit more dynamism, to the gameplay for some of these teams.
Well, there's only going to be one way for us to find out whether or not that is going to be the case, whether or not that is going to be the flavor of the day. Loki, I'm hoping the flavor is going to be aggression, right? That would make for a very, very exciting day. And looking at the caliber of teams that we have represented in here, the way that these players have been kind of pacing themselves, I think we are in for exactly that. And as we know, this being the last day, this is that final opportunity to do the most, right? To bring in as much points as you can, because what you're aiming for is to end close to the top of the overall standings, of course, right? You want to sit there, I would say, anywhere within like the top 3, top 5. That would be a good place to finish. And a lot of the countries that we have currently sitting in that position, they were in that slot last year. So I want to see if we might have change up as to the order in which they finish there, right? Last year we had Mauritius as well as Madagascar make it all the way into that top four, taking third and fourth place respectively. This time around, however, Mauritius kind of seems to be the one that looks to keep that same momentum going. We've been not seeing that much coming through from the side of Madagascar.
Yeah, exactly. Madagascar, they didn't have the best start yesterday. I think they got caught on rotation a couple of times against those teams that were sitting at the top half of the leaderboard. So it was a very, very tricky play for them. Hopefully, they've learned, they've adapted, and they're going to come back stronger today. But, we did talk about South Africa, Senegal, also those teams, they've picked up a little bit of form going into the later stages of yesterday's games. I'm looking forward to seeing if they will bring that energy, to these games that we have today. If they can stand on the front foot and start really, really strongly, this might be something special for them all the way down. Also, Ghana, Somalia, Benin, Niger, and Tunisia. I'm also looking for them if they can, be turning things around. Again, it could be anybody's game, but if you take a look at the leaderboard, it tells you all you need to know. Egypt clear of the opposition, 116 points just after 6 games, and potential to go even higher, DK.
Yeah, I mean, they've been showing quite a bit of that. 116, that is pretty dang impressive, right? That is a pretty tough number to catch. But as we've seen, Algeria, Morocco, they've been putting in quite a bit of effort trying to close that gap. And I think they've been pretty successful with it. But now the big question is going to be how will the rest of the countries, at least within that top 8, respond to this? Because in my opinion, I think realistically any of these countries situated here, Morocco, Algeria, South Africa, Senegal, Mauritius, Ghana, and Somalia, they can really bring it in, especially moving into the final stretch, these last 6 games. But of course, that's not taking away anything from what the performance that we've seen come in from the side of Benin, Niger, even Tunisia, right? They were holding their own, they were in it, and some of the strategies worked out for them. Others, not necessarily as much, but again, they kept on trying to play through it to see where they can turn those results into. And then, of course, interesting though, to see Nigeria sat all the way in 13th position, right? Madagascar could say exactly the same thing for them. Congo, though, I want to see today be the day in which Congo secures some points.
Yeah, I'm also looking forward to seeing if they will secure some of those points. I mean, they got very close, 2 times yesterday was very, very close for them, but unfortunately, they just couldn't crack it. The pressure always collapsed on them. Hopefully, today is going to be different. They've gotten a little bit of synergy. They've watched some reviews. They've put some things into perspective. Hopefully, that might be something we will be looking out for them for if they can pull it off. But I would be impressed if today is the day they do it. You would be able to tell that, okay, yeah, this is a team that has picked up on something. This is a team that has learned from their mistakes, and they are going to do better.
Yeah, and I mean, there's been a lot of opportunity for these teams to really get a good swing at the momentum and get that basing kind of locked in. So I want to see how yesterday's results, how that is going to translate into today's games. Hoping to see that increase, hoping to see a few new countries step up and surprise us with the performances that they can bring through, right? Not necessarily saying that they should go out and try and get a winner chicken dinner. Yes, that's the aim for everybody. But I want to see them all play the best game that they can. Right, step it up and make it so challenging for the opposition to secure points against you. Don't be the points that they need to get ahead of you on those standings. And of course, speaking about which, it is go time as we head into our first match of the day. Sanhok, here we go, getting ready to see where exactly that flight path is taking us. We're starting up in the north, so that's a good spread. But now, where is that first zone going to be taking us?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Yesterday we saw a different concept of what the playing path and the play zone would do. The playing path cutting through from the north to the south side, just a little bit down the middle there. So most of those teams that do love to play, from the west and the eastern side, they're not really gonna have too much of a problem. Are we gonna see hard drops? I think we might see, because it looks like something might be brewing in Cow there, but hunters will be settling quite nicely. The Algerians settling quite nicely in Paradise Resort, uncontested. Again, DK, I was not expecting to see any hard drops, in today's games, but it looks like some teams have started to pick up on things, and it's starting to show just right off in match number 1 of today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for it, right? If you want to go in hot, go in hot, but you're going to have to be able to contest against whatever heat you're going to receive in response here. So far, not really seeing too much of it. Yes, there's a bit of a potential down towards that far southern edge, right? Sami could light up quite a bit. Now, that is going to be our next point of contention here, as we can see that map now also forming on up. So again, it is going to be taking us up into the edge of the map, just kind of locked into that corner. Very similar to what we had yesterday, but I don't know if Morocco is going to be able to secure themselves that winner with a chicken dinner again this time around, because Djibouti, they're there to try and challenge them.
Yeah, you can see that is the strategy that Djibouti is probably trying to, pull up here. I mean, it is very, very brave, very ballsy from them. I gotta respect it, but it only goes one of two ways. It's either, like you said, they get the points or they become the point. So it's a matter of where their mentality stays right now. But right now, Egypt just chilling a little bit, in a little bit of a spread here. You can see that is the strategy, that the Egyptians use a lot of the times. They do not necessarily commit all of their bodies in one area. And now you can see Morocco doing the exact same thing. They are spread a little bit around. Their Lazy Boy has been spotted by Lazy Boy. Interesting naming going on here from Djibouti and Morocco, sharing the spoils there. But he has been spotted. A grenade perfectly launched from Marshall might be the one to open the floodgates here for Morocco. But it could take a little bit of time before Djibouti will actually get their bearings together, DK, because they could be easily swarmed here by Morocco on 4 different angles.
Yep, I love this though. Lazy Boy, Easy Boy, boy oh boy, are we going to be in for a show. Let's see who's going to be the one to kick this party off. So far, it is going to be Lazy Boy looking to just kind of make some noise, but the ammo is rather low, only 33 rounds, right? So you got to play this quite sparingly. You don't want to go rushing in, and then by the time that you get right in front of your opponent, you are sitting on empty, right? That is not going to be the approach to take here. So it's good to see Morocco kind of just keeping their distance for the time being. But Lazy Boy, pretty persistent. They want to get that hit. Nice bit of overwatch while the team starts to push forward. Good application, but the nade coming through from Champion is going to find the knock up onto Carry Boy. Marshall got to keep their head on a swivel. Al Chapo is going to be the one to get knocked out next. Djibouti coming in hot off the back of the first match. Woo, look at that.
Woo.
One player now remains for Morocco. Djibouti. What a beautiful play this is from them.
And you gotta respect it though. Lazy Boy does get a drop onto the left-hand side again. DBS in hand, tries to crack through the right-hand side, but no, it will not be the case. Champion and Nasser working hand in hand to eliminate Morocco. And what a way to kick off the first game, DK. Morocco have been eliminated. The points have been dropped. And now we have a game on our hands. Senegal and South Africa probably licking their lips right now, DK.
I mean, what a show. That is what we love to see. It's like, would you have guessed that this is the way it's going to turn out based on what we saw yesterday? The answer is a very, very satisfying not a chance, right? It is a definite no. I love this so much for Djibouti. I mean, they started off with 8 points coming into today. Already they've added 4 points in. So that already, just this one single performance has already increased their position on those overall standings. So for them, I am so pleased. Now, they just got to keep it locked in and keep on pushing. Benin also now going to be looking to see where they can look to rotate towards making their way through the ruins. Fortunately for them, not a lot of opposition here, but we do see Senegal and Ghana now finding each other out in the battlefield.
Ooh, I did not expect this one to happen so early though, but looks like it might be the case now with the beautiful shotgun there. Did miss a couple of shots over to the left-hand side again, but he is no match for the QBZ. Will strike him down, and he goes off immediately. Devil, the last one left for Ghana. Can he clutch it up? Nasty Boy looking for a way through to close this down, but he's been knocked away. Another angle. Xenos goes for the flush, and that would be a breather for Senegal, but let's not forget, Ghana still have a man at hand. Can they crack it open? He has the DBS, but he doesn't have the angles. He's looking for a way through. Can't seem to find. Ghana on the on push. Nell did go down with 2 eliminations. This could be an opening for Ghana to close this down and get 4 to the good, but it looks like that might not be the case as 2 of the players from Senegal are back to full strength. The 2 versus 1 now. Grenade over the top. Devil surely has the angles now. Can he send it over the top? Can he connect? It might be a little bit tougher than he would have liked, but now his position has been compromised. Xenos tries to spray from the right-hand side. Again, switches to the DBS, tries to crack through, but unfortunately will not be the case. Devil gets him knocked away, and Ghana might have something here. First jump over to the right-hand side, and that's 2! Oh my goodness! And Devil will send them to the gates of hell. Ghana will not lay back, DK.
Well, what a play, though. I mean, Devil just lighting that puppy up, just locking in the plays. It has, however, though, been a rather costly engagement here for the side of Ghana, as we see them now just left with one single player. Points are points, though. Now the hard work starts for Ghana to see if they can get themselves all the way back into the zone. Now it's going to be Benin and Nigeria finding themselves in a bit of an altercation, as we can see that feet are starting to line it up. Still a few teams on the outside of the zone. Fortunately, it is only phase number 1, so they can afford to sip on a little bit of that blue juice. But again, you don't want too much of it. In the meanwhile, it is going to be Baby now lighting it up as Pain feels a little bit of what their name suggests as they get put down onto their knees. Now, Mauritius on the opposite end are going to be holding nice and steady, moving through towards the camp here, looking to see if they can maybe lock a little bit of something down. But again, there's still quite a bit of rotation that now needs to come on through as we do take a shift into our second stage. And now it's going to be all go from here.
Yeah, it could be all go from here for sure. I mean, Mauritius looking very comfortable, you know, a little bit of a split here, but could be the way they're looking out for this. Could be the easier potential. Niger also looking for a way to get inside of the zone. A little bit far-fetched for them. The rotations coming through for Egypt as well. In a good split here. Nothing too crazy. They are enjoying the rotations that Somalia could present for them as well. They do have a sight line over the hillside, and they do see the guys from Djibouti just up north from their position as well. They are gathering as much intel as possible. They are outside of the regulatory position inside of that northern side. It could work for them, though. They don't necessarily have to move too far to get into the zone, but they are gathering as much intel as they possibly can. Again, that is the strategy of, you know, Egypt, DK. They are always gathering intel. They are always putting themselves into a very, very thick, you know, position, trying to overwhelm, you know, the teams, having them confused, making them think that they're fighting multiple enemies, but meanwhile it's just one team holding different positions. That is the strategy of, you know, Egypt, and they have played it time and time again, and it just seems to work every time, DK.
Yeah, I gotta say though, what also works is the position coming through from the side of Algeria. They've been absolutely blessed with that Paradise Resort being very well situated within this current zone. But the pressure is going to be on to see what the rest of the lobby will do. Are they going to maybe try and move in like we saw South Africa do now, moving into a little bit more of that centralized positioning? Or are they going to try and occupy the edge of zone? Still, a few countries on those outlying regions not making that push out of the blue just yet. So there's still quite a bit to be seen. Niger going to be keeping a very steady angle all the way over towards Camp Bravo on that far eastern side. Fortunately for them, it is uncontested. Nobody there for them to really be too concerned about, as the rest of the lobby has focused predominantly onto center and onto that western front. Tatmok, though, that is where we could have quite a bit of that heat now coming through from next.
Yeah, that northwestern side, again, there could be an interesting position coming through, because you've got the likes of Egypt trying to hold that entire region. Same thing with Somalia, all of them falling in from that western side. They try hard to hold the positions out. You can see the airdrop not too far away. Mauritius might be tempted to go and take a peek and see what's in there, but could be very detrimental to them if they do get carried away. Frags also scoping it out, getting a little closer and closer. Don't forget, this is just outside of Paradise Resort, and Algeria are in the vicinity, so everyone has to be very careful. Let's not forget as well, Kaish does have a spot. Just in front of him is South Africa. Reverb and the rest of the team also trying to hold this position, not necessarily trying to go out. And like you said, DK, most of the teams quite trying to enjoy that central position, but the play zone is going to squeeze them out any moment from now and force them into much more uncomfortable positions.
Yeah, I mean, it's not great for the players, but we love to see that, right? Having them squirm a little bit, have to work for those points, and that's the best way to earn them, is grind your butts off to see how many points you can secure. Now, the zone is going to look to kind of send our players a little bit further up on towards that northeastern side. Again, not a super drastic shift, especially not for Mauritius or for South Africa. So they will find themselves still in a somewhat decent position. But I think, especially looking at Niger, right, this could be a beautiful opportunity to rotate in. They have Camp Bravo unobstructed. They can move up towards that northern side, maybe make it all the way towards that Mongnai region, and then start focusing a little bit more in towards the center. Of course, it is going to rely on what Tunisia is going to be bringing to the table as well. Now, over on the east, it is going to be go time, right? Paradise is starting to light up as Egypt moves in. Algeria now needs to defend, and there's going to be so many countries knocking on the door.
Yeah, yeah, that is right. It looks like this area is becoming a quick hotspot right now. Algeria getting forced to defend that position. They've been holding it for the longest, but the play zone has started to shift all of their enemies and all of the teams around them to that central focal point. But it looks like that's not going to be the case. They are trying to keep everyone at bay. Mauritius as well. Remember, all of these teams are still sitting just a couple of meters away from each other. Sight lines and everything going out the window. Strategies will start to come through. A couple of seconds until the play zone shifts again. Egypt now setting their sight lines. They might be running into the guys from Madagascar. You can see Nasser playing just a little bit closer to that western side. He has a good sight line onto the guys from Madagascar, and he might start to let those bullets fly any moment from now, and that will be the call for the rest of his teammates. But it looks like Nigeria pulling up from out of nowhere will steal one away, and now they will capitalize on the guys from Egypt. And somehow now the plan has changed, DK.
I mean, Nigeria, they just like, well, thank you so much, Egypt. We'll just take 2 of you, maybe make that 3. As you can see, the numbers now starting to really drop on down. Egypt, of course, down with Nasser here. Up comes the rush. There's going to be Ninja trying to welcome them in as they rotate much closer to the zone. The vehicle goes up on its roof. That is not the position you want to have as Nigeria takes down Egypt. I mean, Egypt, they tried. They got 1 elimination. But you can see the rest of the countries, they brought their A game in here today. Tunisia now going to be feeling a little bit of that pressure as Mauritius looks to apply it. Still going to try and reach from center zone, while at the same time not overextending their hand just yet.
Yeah, they're looking to hold it out, but that's a beautiful way to play. Very, very interesting, quick way to turn the tide around. But look like Tunisia now saying their sights on Tunisia. And again, that's a beautiful angle. Chala closes through. Weak gets knocked away. Spawn might be trying to hold this down. Young has been also trying to hold it off there for Niger. But it looks like that's not going to be the case. It will be getting knocked away. And that will be the end of the road for Niger. And courtesy of Chala, he is the one to put the final nail on the coffin. And Tunisia will take 3.
Well, I wonder if T'Challa considers himself king, right? We'll find out soon how this one is going to go. Mauritius, though, still looking very comfortable. The zone has shifted up towards the north yet again. Very decent angle that they've got here. Not quite center, but I think it would allow them quite a bit of control onto the rest of the squads. Seeing that we pretty much have the rest of the lobby all situated down towards that far southern edge. We only have 1 other country that is up towards this western front that is also then situated within that zone. So curious as to how this is going to play out. Benin, though, still looking for a way to sneak their way on up towards zone. Tunisia up ahead, so they could be a little bit of an opportunity now for Benin to secure points.
Yeah, this could present itself as a very, very interesting position for Benin to secure some of those points. Again, we've seen them rotate themselves and get into better positions, but it takes a lot more than positioning. You have to be very alert to defend that position you get yourself in the moment you are recognized, the moment you were spotted. But Mauritius are making the best out of that position that they've got so far, just enjoying themselves a little bit towards that south region. Again, they have their sight lines on most of these teams. You can see France with an even better angle, and now Nigeria trying to make their own rotation in. They have been spotted. A couple of shots being sent their way into that eastern side. Again, they might be getting dropped off one after the other, but here they come, trying to hold it off. Again, there's more that could be held off here from Tunisia if they can get their angles and their bearings right. But Madagascar will succumb to the play zone, and that will be the end of the road for them. We're down to 9 teams now, DK.
Yep, those numbers are really starting to drop. Mauritius, though, still keeping it very tight and concise here. South Africa, as you can see, just up ahead of them, still sitting with a full squad. but one of their players has decided to go exploring a little bit. We can't see exactly quite where they are. That, of course, is Reverb that has moved over towards that eastern side. Tunisia now starting with their entry point as they look for an angle to go for. I think for Nigeria, that rotation was a little bit risky, right? If it had not gone the way it did, they could actually have rotated their way right back towards the lobby itself. So lucky place that they were able to squeeze into there. So the pressure is going to be contained up onto the edge of zone. Algeria going from a good position to a somewhat challenging spot here, finding themselves out on the edge. They do have somewhat of a high ground controlling angle here, but Djibouti, they are going to look to leverage everything they can find. Reverb, of course, now getting caught out, quite separated from the rest of the squad. Mauritius now just locking in, sitting with their second elimination, but we're not seeing any country running away with elims.
Yeah, that is also something I took note of. We're not seeing anybody going absolutely insane with the numbers there. Nasser has been spotted immediately. The trade-off is good. And Algeria enjoying this right now. Djibouti on the back foot. Grenade over the top from Roses. Surely he gets that angle, but it doesn't connect. But the next grenade will cut Champion in half. He tries to pop through with the S12K. Doesn't connect. Roses will climb a little bit closer than Comfort again, but another grenade. This one will get the job done, and they will be hunted. Djibouti go out courtesy of Algeria.
Well, there we go. 8 is what remains. Now, this is the opportunity for Algeria to really start picking up the momentum here. 4 eliminations up. They do have a somewhat isolated spot over on towards the edge of zone, but that is not going to deter them any way, shape, or form. Now, Mauritius starting to move a little bit further in towards the center zone itself as well here. Still going to be hugging a lot of the edge. They want to try and leverage the position against South Africa. As you can see Sneaks, the rest of the crew now starting to make that push. They know that they have to get their butts around this compound because zone is just there, but the blue is going to be closing in. You don't want to get caught in the blue unnecessarily, not in the stage 5 either, but the pressure is on. Will Mauritius be able to close it up, or will we see South Africa get some way in here? So far, Lynx going down. This does look like it's going downhill for South Africa.
Oh, South Africa in trouble right there. Frags is trying to get an angle there. The trade-off is good. Sneaks does get the drop on Keish and also gets the flush. Now trouble again in paradise here. Another DBS from Frags immediately gets the drop. Immediately as well. And South Africa will be eliminated. Mauritius had them and Mauritius sent them all the way back.
What a push indeed. I mean, quite a bit of an aggressive play here from the Mauritian side. Now, they could maybe turn their sights over towards this eastern edge as Tunisia are just trying to get out of the hot seat. But of course, that zone keeps them moving, keeps them pulling a little bit more towards that western front. Benin up on the hill, yet to see those eliminations being secured. But the HP is not looking all too great currently for Benin, as they will have to patch themselves up if their aim is to stay in this match any longer. Now, Tunisia, I love this for them, right? 3 eliminations up, good spot. They could just try and ride it out, but it is going to be Nigeria standing between them and the entry up into this next phase.
Yeah, I mean, that could be a barrier for them. Mauritius also looking for a way inside of that circle, and they do have a good sight line onto the guys from Nigeria. I'm pretty sure they have all the intel they need, but let's not forget Algeria also to that western side. Frags trying to get a way through to the front doors of that zone position. The smoke's already starting to come out to shield their location, to shield their position, to give them a clear sight into the top draw. Benin have been eliminated courtesy of Somalia as well. The angles are getting tighter for most of these teams. Tunisia looking for a way to circle back. Ramsey peeks out. Frags is there, shucks him out and sends him all the way down. Has to hold his stomach. Also spawning through from Tunisia. They are in the open, and that will be an open season as well for Frags. And he peeks out a little bit too long. Algeria had him dialed in. We'll send him all the way back. Tunisia also losing one out there, and now Nigeria looking for a way through to play in from that eastern position. They do have a vehicle, but it's going to case a little bit more logic with the final push, and that will be the end of the road for Tunisia as well, courtesy of Mauritius. Mauritius have started to find their form now, DK.
Oh, and they've got this ball absolutely running down the mountain. Nigeria is going to be the next one to join in that lobby, as we are left with only 3. It is going to be Somalia, Mauritius, and Algeria. And based on the statistics, it does seem like Algeria has the highest probability to take this winner chicken dinner. But based on the momentum and the pacing that we've seen come through from the side of Mauritius, they could look to upset those standings. Now it is going to be Algeria starting it off as they do find Klaus. Jacob is now very isolated and pretty much cornered. A tough rotation, a tough play to get themselves back into safety. Algeria cleaning it up. A lot of X's picking the sprays there. Now, the pressure is on because once they clear up potentially Somalia here, they're going to have to turn their focus back up the hill and go toe-to-toe with Mauritius. Now, Jacob packing a few impressive punches here, but is that going to be enough to keep them in this match? So far, it seems as a yes, as a lot of X's gets taken right on down. This opens up the opportunity now for Mauritius to come riding that ridge, play their position, sneak up on Algeria, and see if they can make those 8 eliminations a potential 10 or even pushing for 12. Now, Jacob moving out, cooking the nades, getting ready. That zone is going to be starting to nip at their heels. They have to stay ahead of it. As we can see, Algeria now also with a quick reposition. Now, finding out that Mauritius is just there alongside them.
Out of nowhere, Mauritius still holding on here. Algeria had no idea, but they were overwhelmed. Exist, unfortunately, peeked out a little bit too long. He gets knocked away. And Algeria trying to huddle behind. There's not a lot of cover for them, though. They have to be very careful. Jacob also has been a thorn in their side for the most part of the game. And now Somalia have one man left, but he has been doing an amazing job. 6 eliminations for him. Can he see the final third? Another grenade popped over, perfectly launched, but does it connect? No, it does not. They will try again. Logic just trying to hold on. Frags plays off the left-hand side, trying to feed the rest of his teammates the information, but the play zone is not favorable at all. It's squeezing all of them into that open space. Jacob finally spotted, sent back as well for Mauritius, and now they have the open space to work with. Good spray over to the top side. Player 1 goes down, and they will try the right-hand side again over to the top side. Frags goes down as well. Roses for the other corner. Logic gets the DBS out involved, but it will not save him. Algeria will take the chicken dinner, and it is perfectly executed.
I mean, what a play though. Mauritius making everybody work their butts off to get those points on board on an absolute rampage. But at the end of the day, it was Algeria to secure the victory. Beautiful play that they, as you said, executed on that one. The strategy going absolutely phenomenally here. And I mean, good start to the day. Logic, unfortunately, and this is also part of the reason why I don't necessarily play with shotguns myself, right? Is because hitting those shots at this close range is quite challenging. Fortunately for the DBS, it packs so much more than a punch than that S12K does, and so Algeria get themselves the winner chicken dinner. Big congratulations going to them.
Yeah, big congratulations to Algeria, starting the day very strongly, and also starting the day with a match where Morocco did not get any points. Now that is a stinger. That is a big stinger for Morocco. That one is definitely going to hurt them in the process, but they will keep their eyes on to the next game to see if they can, catch up with that potential gap that has been given to them. But big shout out to Mauritius. Big shout out to all the other teams, actually. They did step up to the plate today. They did, we saw that, yes, these teams have started to learn, they've started to adapt, and I'm loving what I'm seeing, DK.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very, very exciting start to the day, but that was only game number first, right? The first game being played. I gotta say, it's a beautiful change up from what we had yesterday, right? Yesterday was a little bit more of a reserved start, right? The teams trying to kind of figure out what the strategy is, what is going to be the flavor of the day. And well, for today now, the answer is completely different. The response from the teams are so drastic. But I think an interesting thing that we also then noticed was just that kind of opposition with Benin running out, taking down Egypt so quickly. So a very efficient strategy on that end as well. Speaking of which, though, we're going to have to get all the stats and the breakdown ready. So while we do that, we are going to be hopping into a quick break. So stay tuned and we'll be back with you shortly. If you missed the first match of the day here in the Africa qualifiers for the Iesf 2025, it has been absolutely crazy. Algeria coming in hot, claiming that winner is chicken dinner. But I gotta say though, Priest, Mauritius, they came really close, right? They almost had this one in the bag. And I think that we are going to be seeing Mauritius really look to turn up the heat as we get into our second match here today. But of course, before we do that, we are going to be taking a look at the breakdown of game number 1. We're going to be looking at the stats. We're going to be looking at all the lovely information that we have on that. And of course, as mentioned, Algeria walking away with the victory here, coming in with 8 eliminations alongside that winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, big numbers for Algeria there. You know, Roses putting himself in the front lines there. 3 eliminations to the good. 8 eliminations is a very solid start for Algeria. Very good way to start the game. You know, player 1 also in the mix there with the most assists. I mean, it was a team effort. You can tell these guys were putting in that work. They knew exactly what they needed to do, and they did it to perfection. It was a very solid, you know, final third. Roses was the man in front. He was basically carrying the team in front. You know, I wouldn't say carrying the team overall, but more like, you know, leading the charge. You could tell from his positions, always looking for those off angles, and he's starting to play off. But you know, it's not over just yet. Let's not forget his teammates, player 1 and XXXX, I guess, also putting in the work. But again, this is a beautiful start, you know, for Algeria, owing to the fact that Morocco did not get any points in this game.
Yeah, I mean, we can just call them a lot of X's and then 10X, right? So when I say a lot of X's, I'm talking about the play on that far right-hand side, because there are a lot of X's in there, right? So, yeah, it might take me a hot minute to pronounce all those names, but I think overall for Algeria, it was a very balanced playthrough, right? Aside from player 1 that only contributed with damage and wasn't able to convert any of that into points for themselves, you know, a strong presence being held here by the side of Algeria. But we are going to be moving on to the next slide, which is the overall match summary of all the chaos and mayhem that we saw unfolding in this past game. Not a lot of throwables really used in this first game. It kind of makes sense to some extent, but normally we do see quite a bit of that smoke grenade utility being played at here. Longest distance, though, still sitting on 208 meters. Interesting angle, right? Sanhok, not a big map, so to get a long hit in is actually, you know, pretty impressive.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely impressive. 208 meters. I mean, that is something. I can only imagine from where to where. But we did have a total of 8 headshots, a lot of headshots in the game right there. 13 total revives. You saw a lot of teammates picking themselves up just to make sure that they have the numbers advantage over the opposition. And it's a big move. I mean, 87,400 plus in distance covered. Again, like you said, Sanhok is not that big of a map, so if you're driving around, you're putting yourself at risk, that's for sure. And most of these teams didn't necessarily have to drive around too much, but it shows in how the strategy played off. But the leaderboard tells us all we need to know. 18 points to the good for Algeria, Mauritius with 15, and Somalia with 12, Nigeria with 9, Ghana with 7, and Tunisia with 6, Djibouti with 4, Senegal with 3, and South Africa with 2. Now, this is something we didn't see yesterday, DK, but take a look at this. The first place to 9th place teams. I mean, this tells us a different story than what yesterday's first game showed us, DK.
Yeah, it shows that Sanhok is a map where you can get quite aggressive, and you can see those sallies sitting right there. Pretty high numbers, especially at the top of the standings. But I think we got to take a look and see what that second page has for us as well, and where the points end. The points, of course, end with Egypt all the way in 12th place, as they got only 1 elimination, but got taken out as our third squad here. Morocco, unfortunately, alongside Niger, and then, of course, well, yeah, that's the 2 of them, right? Walking away with nothing but donuts for this game. Hopefully, and I believe they will, look to change it up as we head into the coming games here for today. But now we're going to see how these match rankings impact our overall standings. And we'll see that just here in a brief moment. Egypt still going to be sitting quite pretty up there on 117 points up in pole position. Algeria closing that gap now, moving up to 85 points. And Morocco still right there alongside them.
Yeah, I mean, top three is still the top three as we started, but with a little bit of a twist to it. Now, Mauritius have closed that gap just a little further between themselves and Morocco in third place. South Africa also trying to, level up. They did lose their fourth spot to Mauritius as well. They continue to apply some of that pressure. Senegal still sitting in sixth place. Somalia have catapulted themselves into the top seven with 40 points. Ghana slip all the way down to eighth with 39. Benin also in ninth with 20 points. Niger in 10th with 18 points. And you can see Tunisia have also lost that spot. They have dropped all the way to 11th.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a little bit of a move that we have there. Nigeria also heading upwards and onwards to see if they can make it onto that first page. I am still wondering what's cooking with Madagascar, right? They've got to move it. They got to get themselves back onto that first page if they want to stand a fighting chance going through the remainder of the day here. Djibouti, still pretty much where we saw them last, but I like the way that they opened up the day. Right, coming through with that aggression, we saw them take down Egypt in this first game. Now they got to convert that into a little bit more of a consistent performance, right? They are yet to find placement points. They've only been able to capitalize on those eliminations. So there is going to be a lot of opportunity for that still here today, but we are running out of chances. And speaking about chances, I mean, this is how close it was. Looking at the comparison between Algeria and Mauritius coming right down to the end of this first game.
Yeah, it was very, very close. I mean, 8 eliminations to 9. The damage is pretty much the same. Just give a couple points in there. 6 assists to 3, 7 knocks to 9. Mauritius, by all accounts, Mauritius were the better side, but Algeria did manage to snag the chicken dinner at the end of the day. But it's not over. That's to show you that these two teams are very, very capable of going toe-to-toe, and we saw it in the final third in that last-ditch effort. But unfortunately, DBS just tends to trump S12K, time and time again. But it is not over just yet. Algeria showing us exactly how dangerous they can be, but Mauritius showing Algeria that even they can be equally as dangerous.
Yeah, no, they definitely can. So I'm excited to see how they're going to look to kind of have that impact the rest of the performances here today. But you were talking about the DBS and the S12K. There's a reason why I call the DBS the don't be silly, right? Because I mean, if I see an opposing player rocking that in their hands, either I try and lock in a good shot from far, far away, or I just have a very strategic repositioning. AKA, I run away. Speaking about running away, Champion didn't do any of that, right? Djibouti brought the heat. As we saw them in the start of the day just rushing in here and getting a beautiful wipe on the side there of Morocco.
Yeah, I mean, did we even see that yesterday? Did Djibouti and Morocco share that spot in, yesterday's Sanhok? I'm not even sure that was the case. I think this was just a mere instance of where, a team wants to take a risk and another team just doesn't care. And that's just the scenario that they find themselves in. But Mauritius, this position they put themselves in just outside, I think they were more into holding the line and waiting for South Africa to just beat that position that they had, and it paid off. It was just a matter of waiting and waiting and waiting and patience. That thing they say about the patient dog.
Yeah, I'll pretend I do. Right, we'll just go like yes, yes, yes. That's the beauty of the Africa continent. There are so many different sayings from all over the place. Speaking about all over the place, right? There was action coming in from all directions in Sanhok, but now we got to take it to the bread and butter of Pubg. We are going to be heading into a triple dose of Erangel to see how these countries are going to be looking to earn those points. Now, this is where we saw Egypt yesterday decide to engage absolute boost mode. They locked in those afterburners and they just went in so aggressively. But based on the first match, which sometimes could be a little bit indicative of what we could be seeing come forward, is I think we might have a few other countries now looking to try and adopt the same kind of mentality here.
You're absolutely right, and it's something that I've always been, trying to wrestle with myself what is the strategy after a match like Sanhok. Sanhok is shorter, is quicker, is more fast paced. You have to be a little bit more aggressive. Even if you're not an aggressive team, you still have to be aggressive just because of the structure of the map. You're forced, to play that way. Now you come into Erangel, like you said, it's the bread and butter of PUBG Mobile. The first time you play PUBG Mobile, you're dropped into Erangel. So it is a map you need to familiarize yourself with. And now most of these teams, yesterday I didn't necessarily see any crazy showing from them in the Erangel game, except from, the likes of Morocco, Egypt, and Algeria. But now that we've seen these teams, they can take the fight, to these top dogs. Will they do it again in Erangel? Because in Erangel, you have all the time in the world, to get ready to plan, to exert yourself, to put yourself in the, the right spots. Can you do it? Will you be afforded the time to do it, when it's required? Those are the questions, we will be asking going into this next game.
Well, hopefully we'll get answers to them pretty soon. I can say with the utmost certainty that come end of game, we'll know, right? But that is a long way for us to go to find a good, decent answer to that. But I think especially moving into the first parts of the day, I'd love to see the zone go anywhere other than north, right? Like it did pretty consistently yesterday. I want to see it just take up another spot. We did have at least one slightly southern zone make its way through. We did see one over towards the east, but still kind of up on the northern edge. So I want to see the west maybe getting a little bit of attention this time around, or maybe even the center, right? Smack dab center zone. I think that would really bring in quite an exciting kind of flow through for our respective countries stepping out onto the battlefield. But we'll find out in due course exactly where that is going to take us and where the flight path is going to be coming in from. But now, if you had to pick one country, I would say, Priest, that you think is going to be the one to really shine coming into this game, right? Game number 2, also game number 8 that we've witnessed so far. Who do you think has it and who's going to lock in that chicken?
Well, based off of the last game, we saw a little bit of some special from Djibouti, taking the fight to one of the top dogs, Morocco, champion especially. He put up something special there. I'm going to be keeping my eyes out for Djibouti in this game as well. It's a big morale boost when you go out into the game and you eliminate one of the stronger teams, inside of the lobby. It gives you some sort of morale boost. And I think with that, you take it into the next game and the next game after that, but it's all a matter of if you can hold that mentality for yourself. But so I'm going to be looking out for Djibouti after that performance they had in the Sanhok game. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be looking out for them, especially for champion.
Well, I think for my end, I'm going to have to go with Mauritius, that I think could be a strong contender for maybe getting that winner chicken dinner. But I think the team that's going to pop off and just come in hard could maybe be the side of Somalia, right? They showed a little bit of that, gave us a little bit of a sneak peek of that moving through the first match of the day here. So I want to see that then result in some pretty exciting gameplay. Of course, we'll be heading into our first match momentarily to see exactly what the teams are going to be bringing in as we push on towards that next one. But yeah, the opportunities are there. They're starting to stack up, and I think this is going to turn into a very exciting first Erangel of the day. Of course, with 3 back-to-back, there's going to be a lot of opportunity for a little bit of a slight adjustment to be made as we push further and further afield.
You're absolutely right. Erangel brings a different... It brings out a different type of play style. Like I said, you play Sanhok, where you're bursting with energy, you gotta fight. It's very compact, it's very tight, and then you're forced into Erangel where you can't play that, where you gotta be a little bit slower, a little bit chill, get more intel on your opposition before you make your plans. But when you have teams like Egypt in the mix, you don't necessarily have to play that way, because we've seen Egypt, they don't necessarily conform to what the map is. They just play exactly what they want, the strategy that they want. They pull it together and they do it exactly how they've practiced. And that is just one of those teams that you always have to know that these guys are a wild card. You cannot expect them to play a certain way. The same thing applies to Morocco in Erangel. We've seen that in Sanhok you can surprise them like Djibouti did, but in Erangel I don't think they're gonna be surprised by any of these teams. But again, that's the thing about surprises, they can't come in any way, shape or form, so they have to be prepared, that all of these teams that are sitting at the bottom or the lower part of leaderboard are not scared to challenge them at all.
But I think that's kind of the interesting part, is to see just exactly how the teams are going to be looking to take that approach, right? Will anybody potentially look to step up against the side of Morocco? And we've been actually having a little bit of a discussion with this before we started with the day, right? You can definitely see which countries have had a lot more exposure to international play, right? Playing against teams from other regions, not only their own. So I want to see someone maybe trying to challenge the envelope, right? Trying to challenge that standard. Like, yes, on our first day, this is kind of how we played, but we are trying to improve on that. We're trying to see if we can maybe find a way to surprise the lobby, and in doing so, secure ourselves a few additional points that might not have necessarily come our way.
Yeah, you're right, but I think it's still a matter of what you want to get out of risking anything, inside of this map, inside of this game. I think it's a matter of, okay, if we do this, what are the potentials? What do we get out of doing this? Is it worth the risk? Because, from what we saw yesterday in yesterday's games, Egypt, every single plan they had was calculated. They said, okay, this is the risk. This is what we're going to get out of it. If it works, yes. If it doesn't, then so be it. But, it seemed to work for the most part of the time, because it felt like Egypt was not one of those teams that were waiting to get used to what the lobby was going to be like. They just went in, they had a strategy, they were like, okay, yeah, this is what we're going to do. If it doesn't work in the first game, then we'll just change things up. But they got a taste for it. They saw, okay, yeah, this could work, we'll do it again. And they kept on doing it, and teams started to find it difficult to challenge them up until, the last two games, where most of the other teams started to understand that, okay, this is what Egypt is playing, this is what Morocco is playing, this is what Algeria is playing, this is what South Africa is playing. Okay, we're starting to get the hang of it. But, it's already 6 games deep, and the leaderboard has already started to stretch out. So that is the risk you run whenever you allow some teams to dictate what the lobby is going to feel like. But today we're starting to see that, okay, from game 1, Morocco, they slipped up. They slipped up. They went to Cow, and they had no idea that Djibouti was there, ready, guns blazing. Champion tossing out grenades left, right, and center. He was ready, and I saw that, and I love seeing that. And hopefully, they keep that momentum going into this game as well. Same thing with Mauritius. We saw them, like you said yesterday. They picked up the form into that final third. But they did allow the rest of those teams as well to run away from them just a little bit. But we've seen they've closed the gap a little bit closer to Morocco now. So it's a matter of, okay, are they willing to risk? Do they want to make Morocco feel the pain, or put the fire under them just a little bit? It's not too far out. If Mauritius can get themselves a chicken dinner, Morocco could be in some trouble.
Yep, they definitely could. And I think the kind of the response here from the teams would be, as opposed to being the kind of reacting to what is happening to you, dictate, as what Egypt has done yesterday, dictate what you will allow that flow to be. I know that is a lot easier said than done, right? It is quite difficult to execute that when you're stepping out onto the battlefield. But I think if you move with a level of certainty, like we saw Djibouti doing, right? Phenomenal example, coming in, getting that opportunity, and they punished Morocco for making a slight little mistake there. I think that is an effective way to go, is being in a position where you could execute a good strategy against a team if they don't necessarily lock it in exactly the way that they are supposed to. Yes, we're not necessarily looking at the same level of experience across the board, but still, I think if you come in with that mental approach, right, have that kind of angle that you're trying to play from, that could definitely help and elevate the overall performance that you have from your team as a whole. So I'm excited to see how that is going to kind of shape up the performances that we have. We might see a little bit of that be pretty evident moving through today's games, but I think in the long run, right, just in the overall kind of flow of things, I want to see that steady improvement being pretty evident as well.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. That is definitely what I want to see. And I think this Erangel is going to be a non-starter for some of those other teams now that they understand that there's a big opportunity. So, But I want to see how they will lock it in, though. Like I said, Erangel is a different strategy, it's a different type
Mm.
of mindset. You carry into the game. We did see the first start yesterday. I think it was 23 eliminations from Egypt. I don't really think they can do that again, though. In this game, I don't really think
Yeah.
they're gonna pull that off in this game. Now that the teams in the lobby are starting to see that, oh, these guys are vulnerable. The bullets hit them all the same. So now they've
Yeah.
picked up on that one. They see that, yeah, there's a possibility we can hurt these guys. We can definitely hurt these guys. I think it was Madagascar that did get the final blow on them in the Sanhok game. They've started to see, oh, yeah, we can definitely take the fight to them. But like you said, easier said than done. This is different. I've played this game, so I know it's different. It's very, very different. It's easy for us to say because we watch, we see the angles, we see how all of these teams, they are positioned. We're saying, oh, why didn't you do this? It's very easy to say, but when you're in the game, the pressure is off the charts, especially in a tournament, like the Iesf African regionals. Is absolutely intense. The pressure is off the roof. And again, you are not. This is not a club thing. This is a country thing. So you're carrying the weight of your entire country on your back, and everybody's in the comment section. They're probably saying one or two things, and you can't. I'm pretty sure if I was playing this, I wouldn't even be reading the comments. I would not be reading the comments at all. So yeah, that's just what it is. The pressure at this stage is very, very intense. Egypt, they even make it worse for these other teams to match up to their performance. But I personally think that this next game is going to be a major decider on the mentality of the rest of these teams going forward.
Yeah, I have to say I agree with you, right? I mean, and I think a reason why some of the strategies worked out yesterday, as we've already discussed, is there was still that slight level of uncertainty coming through from some of the squads, right? They weren't necessarily exactly sure what that flow was going to be. But now, with the nerves for the first day being out the window, now we get to see a lot more of what the actual performance is, right? How they're going to look to kind of represent themselves and carry that weight of their nation on their shoulders. Speaking about which, though, we are going to get ready, as you saw there, to head straight up into Erangel as we make our way through. We do see Everest down there, so that means we are approaching from that western front, heading up to the east. Now, it's to see where the teams will look to go. Are they going to go for the same drops as yesterday? Are they going to look to change it up a little bit? And of course, the big question is the zone going to change it up as well?
Yeah, I mean, DK, I have to say one thing. That was pretty impressive, knowing where the plane was going from just by looking at the screen. Because I ain't gonna lie, I couldn't even tell. I had to go look at the feed, man, because I couldn't even tell. And you were right. I was like, huh? How did he know the plane was going in from the western side? Because he saw Everest. I was like, but how did he know that from this angle? Because I was looking and I had to turn, like, oh, how did he even know? But you were right, and I had to look at the feed. I'm like, oh, he's right. It's from the west. But still, very impressive. I can't lie. Even all my years of playing this game, I didn't even know. I couldn't even tell from that angle where the where the plane was flying in from, just by looking at the map from that position. That was pretty impressive. I ain't gonna lie. But like you said, the zone is also going to be a major factor, and you were right. Take a look at the zone, DK. Ooh, this is one for the books. This is one for the books. And we're going to have something very, very enticing right here. But the action has already started to kick off. South Africa in a little bit of an interesting turnout here. Again, it looks like Djibouti is just selecting teams to land on today, man. Morocco in the first game, South Africa this time around, man. Do you think it's part of the strategy today, DK?
It's difficult to say what the strategy is. We'll find out as soon as they get through this first initial bit of chaos. But I think we are going to be seeing quite a few different angles being played out here, especially with that zone taking that super aggressive shift down towards the far southern side. I don't think the teams are really anticipating it. So I think there's going to be a little bit of a scram opportunity, right? Like, get in the vehicles, get yourself situated, maybe look to play towards the bridges, or if you want to play for a little bit of a safer angle, go over that bridge and secure yourself a little bit more towards the military island. But again, right, the zone is not 100% locked into the south. It could still pull a little bit towards that northern front. In the meanwhile, we are going to be looking right here at Madagascar and Nigeria, as Nigeria was the first one to lose one of their players. Now it's going to be Algeria also feeling a little bit of the heat. That rhymed so much. Algeria, Nigeria. I thought I said the same name twice, but turns out I actually didn't. So many players getting run over. I love this.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to see it, it's another thing to experience it. I mean, all of these teams now they're starting to feel it. They're starting to feel the pressure mounting on, and it's just an unfortunate scenario for Nigeria there because I know for a fact, they do love to. Yesterday's Erangel, they were in the military base. That was the position they chose, but the playing path was not favorable for them, so they couldn't go there, and now they've been caught out in Rozok and they have lost a man. Djibouti on the front foot as well, trying to make South Africa feel a little bit of pressure as well. And they're trying to get the angles right, circle around their position, and hold this entirety of Savani. But it is going to cost them, though. They've got to cover a lot of ground to where that zone is deep into the southern side. It looks like they're already making a move for it. Oh, that's a big spray coming through from King Killer, but unfortunately, it is not going to be the case for him. He gets dropped to his knees, and Champion now looking for an angle. South Africa with the front foot, they will get the first drop and probably the first elimination out of all of this. Djibouti on the back foot, DK.
Yeah, but this is, I think, a good response from South Africa, right? They don't want to have happen to them what happened to Morocco. If they want to play for the points and they want to chase that leaderboard, they're going to have to find a way. And you got to give respect to Djibouti. They are just absolutely relentless so far. King has been knocked, but not converted just yet. A very cheeky nade coming in there as Jabber now holds steady. You see links down below. Reverb quickly trying to get themselves patched up. But now the pressure is going to be on for Djibouti here, right? They do find damage every now and again, but they're not able to convert it. South Africa trying to keep themselves just ahead of those positions. Gotta watch the peak there as Easy Boy gets spotted. King is also still down, not been converted into an elimination yet. Reverb down on their knees. This could be the play now. Champion, gotta watch out for that angle. Up comes the nades. Oh, the confirmation is starting to get picked up. This is slow but steady. South Africa now just on the edge, looking for that quick play. Two players with super low HPs. One jump shot. Yep, that's all that's needed. As Sneaks gets those in. 2 points up. Still a few more to go. Champion now trying to put a lot more distance between themselves and that assault or that rush coming through from South Africa.
Yeah, I mean, South Africa have turned this around. They had a little bit of confusion on the first drop, but they managed to hold their nerve. Reverb did get knocked away, but that did not deter them to follow through with the plan. Champion, unfortunately, will be the last man standing for Djibouti, and it doesn't look like he has a lot of options here. There's no vehicle inside. There is no way for him to run. There is no place for him to hide, and he knows that the rest of the team from South Africa will be hot on his tail to close this out. But Niger, on the other hand, have Moles and Wick knocked away. There's trouble in paradise for them as well. Violence looking through. He has the S12K in hand. He's charging forward, and that is the front foot. On the other hand, again, big spray with the M4 from Young, but it's not enough. More pressure sent over to the other side as well. Eagle on the top floor, trying to hold it through. Payne plays from behind as well. Young with a grenade, tries to pack it through, but unfortunately too shy out. Still has the grenade in hand, almost getting dropped off. But Violence will have to think twice about that position. Moles over to the other side again. Goes for the drop shot, but doesn't connect this time. Moles again will try. Niger fighting for their lives. They need to hold these angles and they need to close this down. But here comes Egypt. They smell blood in the water. They've been circling around, and now is the opening they've been looking for. And now Benin will also feel the pressure. Over to the other side. They have Nasser with the open spray again. Payne goes down. Egypt, they know that all they have to do now is crash and burn, but immediately Cosmos will send them back. They will have to reconsider, and this could be an opportunity for Niger to hold on and reposition as well.
Well, the pressure not relenting anytime soon. Benin trying to bounce back, but we do see Egypt rolling up right there behind them. So whatever they choose to do, they have to be real quick. Of course, a lot of contention up on towards this bridge. A lot of other countries have rotated onto that far southern side. Military base really starting to heat up. But now the focus is going to be on Egypt to see if they are going to maybe return with as an aggressive push as we saw yesterday, or Could this be the play for the rest of the lobby now to try and respond? Benin, unfortunately, not going to be able to hold their own too comfortably here, as Cosmos now is the last defender. See if they can carry that torch moving forward. AK coming through with a beautiful spray up the window. Cosmos with a little bit of a dance around the truck, but down they go. Egypt securing 5 eliminations in just the first few moments of this match. This could be a little bit of that BBA, the bounce back ability, now from the Egyptian side.
Yeah, I mean, you could be right. BBA, the 2 big Bs from the guys from Egypt. We're starting to see it more and more again. But it's not over just yet. 5 eliminations is a very, very interesting way to kick things off. But, you know, they are still outside of the zone. You know, most of the teams, as we saw earlier, have started to make their way to the military base. And we do know for a fact there are some teams that would love to hold the bridge out. And that is something we are expecting to see. But looks like Egypt will not be having that problem at all, as they do have the entire bridge to make their rotation with uncontested. Again, this is not something I was expecting, though. I would have, you know, expected some teams to already be at the other side of the bridge to keep all the teams that are coming through the bridge at bay. But it looks like Egypt is just going to have a very easy spell through. You know, just take a look at that. It's so easy, man. Just take a look at that. They're just rotating right through the bridge, uncontested. Nobody stopping them. You know, there's no customs, no immigration, nothing. They're just soaring through. Somalia also with the front foot tearing through the guys from Tunisia, and now they will have to second back because Hulk knows he's the last man left, and he will make the wise choice to hightail it out of there.
Yeah, I think for Somalia it's a little bit tough starting with with only 3 players coming into this game. So that will have quite a bit of an impact, especially also just having a solo left. Might make it a little bit more challenging, but it does seem like they are up for a challenge, right? Speaking of challenges, though, still quite a few countries that have to now get themselves out of the blue. Algeria, of course, being one of those on somewhat the front line or the edge of that blue. So they don't have too much further to go. There's still a minute and a bit of change left until we make our way solidly into that. Egypt, though, anticipating that the zone is going to pretty much stay towards that edge side, right close to the bridge, have this western bridge still in play. And for the time being, that holds true. So we'll see what is going to come through from stage number 3. For the time being, though, things are pretty quiet up on that military island.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised as well, but you know, it is phase 2 of the circle. Hasn't necessarily forced anyone to do too much of anything just yet. Could be a little bit more pressure filled for, you know, most of those teams that are trying to make something out of it, though. But you know, the play zone not too favorable for some of these teams that are yet to find any vehicles, being you know, Senegal being one of them, but Morocco on the other hand also trying to hold down the line there. Finally a vehicle for Senegal, Djibouti being the lucky one to discover one. Again, these guys, I mean, well, there's nobody around them, so I think that's what allows them to move so freely around these positions, keeping the rest of themselves out in the open just any which way they like. But this could be more to it, you know, for the likes of those teams that haven't still made their way into military base. You know, the play zone has shifted towards the western side, so this is where we might start having some bit of chaos going forward. But Tunisia, again, this is one of the teams I was expecting a little bit more from. But they did lose 2 players earlier on to Somalia. It cost them a little bit, but they will try to hold it down. Morocco with the same. I think Morocco are going to enjoy this game. You know, they have a little bit of the zone to work with. They're playing in from the eastern side. They do not necessarily have to move around too much. So everything looks like it could be, you know, in their favor. And Egypt holding the bridge. This is what they're doing is exactly what I thought other teams would do. You know?
Yep. Just holding it nice and steady. So much so that they've spotted Morocco all the way on the opposite side of the water there. Not quite sure what Morocco, I mean Madagascar. So you can see Madagascar having a little bit of a tough time as one of their players has been spotted out. Quite a ranged angle that Egypt is playing through from here. But I'm going to be curious to see what will happen towards that eastern side, right? We've got Mauritius rolling in, we've got Tunisia rolling in, and a few other countries already situated ahead of them. I think Morocco now, they've gone for smack dab center zone. This is going to be that send from Madagascar. trying to rotate up. I think it's a little bit of a late rotation here, and they're going to end up paying the ultimate price for that. They have been able to at least sneak one player through, but how much can they do with a solo?
That's a valid question. It's all about the right actions. Playing as a solo, it takes a lot. It takes a lot. It takes a whole lot. The pressure on you is going to be a lot when you're playing alone. It costs so much more. And you're trying to see it now. Ghana is trying to feel the brunt of the pressure now from Algeria again. Devil trying to play a little bit closer again. Missed the first shot, switches to the next weapon, and it works in his favor. Algeria again eliminated very, very early. This is not the best form. This is not the best start for them regarding that position. But Ghana, they do have some pressure, or rather some weight lifted away from them. So this is a very good start from them. They did lose Nell in that exchange, but they're lucky. They're happy to come away with 2 eliminations.
Yeah, well, if Morocco is going to be looking to catch up to Algeria, this is going to be that opportunity for them to do so. Same could almost be said here for Mauritius, right? There is, however, a 34-point difference between Mauritius and Algeria, but if Mauritius embraces a little bit of that Sanhok intensity, they could definitely look to drive this one home. Speaking about driving, there is a lot of that happening on the map here. You can see Nigeria just scouting everything, looking for an opportunity, an angle. Senegal, in the meanwhile, they're going to be playing a little bit more of a stealthy approach as they try to sneak their way across their bridge without getting spotted out by the Egyptian squad. Now, is Exist just quickly falling back, trying to put a little bit of distance in between themselves, but Nigeria not fully committing to anywhere in zone just yet. I think they were looking for potential targets to focus on, and now Tunisia might also present quite a tempting angle to play at here.
You're right. It's very interesting to see how this position falls apart. For Senegal right now. I mean, Egypt are just lapping it up. This is the position I expected Senegal to already have, but unfortunately for them, they didn't find a vehicle. The vehicle, they just didn't have it, and when they finally got the vehicles, they had to make a late rotation. Everything is a cascade of decisions. The fact that they didn't have a vehicle made their rotation late, and now it made them run into these guys waiting on the bridge. So it's just unfortunate that that turned out to be the case for them.
Yeah, all's fair in PUBG. We'll go with that one. That's not how the saying goes, but we'll keep it to that. Speaking of which, though, Egypt now having to rotate up a rather late rotation, but I can see what strategy they're looking to play for here, waiting out on the edge to see if there would be any stragglers. Fortunately for the rest of the lobby, they're all pretty much up in the zone itself, right? All in the safe area. It is going to be Morocco and South Africa having a little bit of a discussion here between each other as South Africa locks it in. Morocco getting taken on down, and that puts them all the way up to 8 eliminations. This is by no way a clean path to that chicken, but it does help alleviate a little bit more of that pressure. Now, they're going to get themselves back into fighting form.
You're absolutely right. But 8 eliminations for South Africa, I mean, that's a big, big leap. That is exactly the kind of performance I was waiting for them to have today, and I'm super, super impressed. But, taking a look at the play zone now, you can see how interestingly things are starting to look for the most of these teams. You can see Mauritius just in the central position. Egypt also, like we said, we know what they like to do. They love to gather intel. South Africa also in that northern side. There's a big chance that these two teams might clash into each other, and this is something that we saw earlier on. Sneaks has been spotted, a couple of shots sent his way again by Zaki. Again, this could be very, very problematic for South Africa. It could work if they could find their way through, but there is a lot of pressure because I know Egypt, do they want to commit to this? Do they want to leave the high ground position and go all the way down to South Africa, potentially losing a player? I don't see that happening, but Mauritius also on the other side applying the same amount of pressure. South Africa caught between a rock and a very, very hard place. Will they be able to make it through? It looks very, very tricky because Niger also want a piece of the action. But Zaki all the way. What a spray! What a spray! What a finish, and that will be the end of Niger.
I mean, it was a good angle by Eagle coming through on that one here, being an absolute thorn in the side, but not enough of a thorn to make any decisive plays happen for them. Now, South Africa trying to reassess the situation, finding themselves on that northern positioning. Egypt still going to be holding on the west. You were asking whether or not they are going to let go of the high ground. At this point, they don't really have much of a choice, right? The zone is forcing their hand. They have to try and find that next spot to move towards. But this opens up quite a bit of an opportunity for those teams already situated down towards the southern edge, right? Nigeria is there, Ghana is there. So there's ample angles now for both of these countries to play at as Egypt starts to rotate on forward. And this is actually quite a vulnerable angle for them to be in. A quick little bit of a replay if you missed that shot. There we have it. The angle just so phenomenal. Egypt, they are a little bit scary sometimes.
Very, very scary if you ask me. The pressure on them again, and it looks like Egypt once again biting off a little bit more than they can chew. They're getting themselves caught in the open here, and they're losing out. But we've seen this happen time and time again. You know, Egypt getting a little bit too comfortable, and they start to lose out. Now they've set a couple of shots through, and now they will lose two of their players. Now they're down to just two. A little bit more cautious from them now if they can hold the lines. But I've seen them do this with just two players, so it's still pretty much the same for them. But, you know, again, there is a chance that this could turn out either way, but eyes on the prize still for them. They do have a very, very good position in the zone to make something happen with. Same thing with Mauritius as well. And South Africa also trying to hold down with Reverb in the background, trying to call the shots and cause some chaos. Nigeria just up north as well, in a little bit of a spread. They have been spotted. The grenades also sent their way. Beautiful grenade over the top side. Baby gets knocked away, and Ninja has to go immediately to get the pickup. And things are looking very, very, very dire for Nigeria right now. Mauritius as well, but they are very protected in that building, and that might have been the best decision for Mauritius holding that building, DK.
Yeah, I mean, coverage definitely does go a long way. The longer you can just kind of refrain from getting hit, the better your opportunity is moving into these later few stages. But let's see whether or not they can actually convert that coverage into a potential anchor point, right? Somewhere to play from moving into those next few bits. Now, South Africa finding themselves still pretty much up to the north, a little bit of an angle now getting held by the side of Madagascar, as we can see Beres off in the distance. Oh, Egypt getting picked apart as Mauritius just lets it loose. A nice little bit of an off angle. Now Ghana going to be feeling a little bit of that heat, feeling sent their way potentially. I like the scouting coming through from the side of Egypt, right? Making sure that they have a good awareness of all the angles being held against them. Now, not quite sure if Beru is going to be able to make it out of this one as South Africa focuses their scopes down on towards them, but they've only got 40 seconds left on the clock before that blue starts to move up yet again.
Big moves, big moves. South Africa, 9 eliminations and counting, and they have, oh, what a grenade that was, perfectly executed, and the second one for good measure from Sneaks, and that will be the end of the road. Wow, what a grenade that was. I mean, that was tossed to perfection, and that is exactly what we love to see when it comes to these teams doing all they need to do, gathering all the intel they need to gather. South Africa looming closer and closer, 10 eliminations, 3 players up, but Mauritius is also there, 3 eliminations or 4 players up. It's either or all for any of these teams. Somalia also in the mix. Hawk somehow has found themselves in the top 6, 14 players alive, and now we are trying to see if South Africa can see this through. Can they go all the way? If they get a chicken dinner, they will reduce the gap even further between themselves and that top 3 position, but it's all a matter of who wants it more, DK.
Yeah, and as you can see, there are a lot of countries here aiming for that. Egypt, South Africa, both sitting with double-digit elims. Mauritius, though, only on 3. I mean, but by how active they were, I would have thought that there was another digit involved in that tally. But look at the spray coming through here as Kids just locks it in. That is Somalia getting taken out of here. Down to the final 5 we go. Nigeria still holding steady with 2 players up, but they find themselves on that far southern side. 11 has been knocked previously. Not sure if they are going to be able to get themselves back into the fight here. To see 11 trying to fall back. Ninja now riding in the wing as the confirmation is there. 12 eliminations. Now going over to the side of South Africa. Egypt left with the solo. Not quite sure if AK is going to be able to do a lot with the angle that they have here. But I think it's also going to kind of ride on what Mauritius is going to be looking to bring in alongside Ghana, because both these teams, if they decide to, they can absolutely just rip into this lobby, or at least what is left of it.
Exactly, that's what I was expecting to happen, but that's just not the case. I was expecting that, but like we said, it's all about the mentality of these teams. It's all about the mentality of the players. Mauritius, they have a lot to lose here. They cannot afford to take too many risks, and they do have the numbers advantage, and I think they do want to, reiterate on that. They want to make sure that they have more numbers than anyone else, even down to the final third, and I believe Nigeria down to one man is Ninja left, and I believe he's been spotted by Ringo. Grenade just over the top, perfectly launched, and that might be the end of the road for him if he can make his way through. Gives himself a little bit of distance between himself and that burning vehicle, and another grenade, but this one is a little bit closer again, launched over the top by Ringo. Ghana applying more pressure, but let's not forget South Africa is also in the mix. They're trying to set their sights on the guys from Mauritius over to the northern side. They try to spray, they try to hold on. Logic also playing a little bit closer. Ninja, that will be the end of the road for him as well, and Knockers with the final blow with that UMP over to the top. Now we're down to 4, and now South Africa starting to rev their engines. Exist also playing off the singular right hand side. Logic goes down, and this is exactly what we were talking about. DK Mauritius took a risk and they've lost the player. Now they're down to 3. They're tied with Ghana in numbers, and now 12 eliminations for South Africa, and it looks like with each second it looks like South Africa might just take this chicken dinner.
I mean, it's looking to lean more and more in their favor, but it's far from over. We still got to see what Ghana and Mauritius are going to do. Egypt still in the mix here as well. As you can see them getting ready for a quick little bit of a reposition, trying to strike. South Africa rushing straight up into Mauritius. Egypt focusing in on the side of Ghana. It is going to be pressure all over the place here. Mauritius, though, they do find themselves a nice little cheeky nade. South Africa down to a 2-piece. So far, the nade though from Egypt right on the money as it finds Knockers. Down they go. Ringo and Devil now holding nice and steady, trying to figure out what is going to be that next play. How will they survive this? They do spot out Egypt just holding up alongside the rock. That does provide them with a little bit of an opportunity to get themselves rezzed up. Mauritius and South Africa, though, both squads dropping down on their bellies, just trying to reposition themselves back into the safety of the zone, but there's not a lot to play through here, as pretty much all 4 squads that we have left are so close to each other. Sneaks now has been spotted as South Africa tries to make a play. We got kids off on the side there. Oh, look at that spray. Ghana now coming through with a full stand. Knockers getting taken down yet again. It is a 1v1 around the rock. Down goes Egypt as Ghana locks it in. But now they're going to play a serious game of pickup as Ringo gets traded on down. Mauritius and South Africa left to face it off for the winner chicken dinner.
Oh, that was a dangerous game that Ghana played, and they lost out there. Sneaks, unfortunately, will fall and succumb to his injuries. Now, Mauritius, everything has fallen into alignment for them in a 3 versus 1. Surely they know that the job is almost done. Samlik also trying to send a couple shots through, but he has been spotted again. The play zone is not favorable either way in a 3 versus 1. Cash on the other side as well. The play zone easily forcing him out into the open. Exist also behind the rock there. They are trying to hold it on. Frags with a grenade over the top side, and that one perfectly launched. Cuts his HP just by the side, and Cash actually makes his way outside again. A couple more shots again with the grenade to cut his HP in half. He can't seem to manage his way through. Peeks inside, and that will be the end of the road. Mauritius will claim that chicken dinner, and now the tides have turned. DK, there's trouble. There's fire on the mountain now. Morocco have to be careful.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of danger looming here Mauritius driving that final play home to secure themselves the victory, and what a phenomenal play it has been so far. We did see that 3-1 Cage just so locked in with the angles, getting a beautiful scope shot there. And with that, of course, then securing themselves the winner chicken dinner. So I gotta say, Priest, I'm pretty impressed with what these teams have been doing so far, right? South Africa being an absolute menace all the way to the end of that match, but of course, Mauritius not going to be backing out from any opportunity being presented to them. And I like this play from Mauritius, right? They're really kind of returning back to the form that we saw come through from them last year. And they are proving to be some pretty strong contenders in today's matches.
That is exactly what I was hoping to see, and I was not disappointed. You know, I think they played this one a little bit slow. They didn't want to take too many risks, you know, and I think they were more focused on getting the chicken dinner than anything else. I figured, yeah, they had secured a couple of eliminations. They were okay with the numbers they had, and what they wanted to do was just to get that chicken dinner to seal things out, to reduce the gap even further. And I think that was a great game, owing to the fact that they did finish second place in the previous game. They came in with the pressure, and they added everything from that first game into this game, and that is exactly what I love.
Well, speaking of which, we are going to be adding, or rather relieving a little bit of the pressure, as we are going to be heading into a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll be right back with a breakdown of this amazing first Erangel of day number 2. Stay tuned. Welcome back with us. We are getting ready to move into match number 3. It feels like we've watched so many games already happening here today, but there's only been 2. One Sanhok and one Erangel, and that's all that we've had so far. But so much has changed in just the first 2 games, and I absolutely appreciate the pacing and the flow that these teams are bringing in. They are, as you've said earlier, Priest, right? They've come to the realization that there is still an opportunity to make an impact here, and a lot of them are giving it so much gas, right? They are just going full throttle, trying to see how far they can push the envelope. And I think a good mentality, a good approach for a lot of the countries here would be to kind of keep it going, right? There is still hope, there's still a chance to finish strong, to finish steady, and worst case is you have a lot of fun, right? You have a good time while doing all of that. But we got to give it up to Mauritius because they did a phenomenal job. 7 eliminations alongside their winner chicken dinner.
Well deserved. Well deserved. You know, like I said, that was their plan from the get-go. The moment I saw them holding that compound and not sacrificing, you know, any unnecessary peaks, I knew that, yeah, these guys, they just want to hold out. They just want to get as much intel as possible. If they can get a chicken dinner, that is going to be the best result for them. At that moment, they weren't fishing out for more eliminations, and you could tell Frags already had a plan. He knew he had picked up, you know, most of the eliminations. So all he had to do now was to bait and switch for every single team that was out in the open, and that is exactly what he did. Exists also with the assists, putting in the numbers. That is what you call teamwork. That makes the dream work.
Yes, and that dream work or teamwork, whichever one you want to go for, is going to go a long way. Frags, though, the main contributor to the carnage and the chaos and even the mayhem that we saw in this last game, taking everything from logic and exist, right? Keish, an interesting play that we have here. Only 82 damage for that one elimination to get converted off the back of what we saw. But again, right, it all comes down to position and where these players find themselves and whether or not the angles make themselves available.
That is a very valid, you know, that's a very valid thought. But again, it's very interesting, you know, to see, because the match summary tells it as it is. 118 throwables used. That is what Erangel is going to give you over Sanhok every single time. Utilities usage. And take a look at that, 357,000 meters. Yeah, that is Erangel. That's what's going to give you over Sanhok for sure. But even something 352 meters in the longest elimination. I think we saw that in Lim. I think we saw it, right? I think we saw that one. I think that was the one. I think it was Reverb, right? I think we saw that. I think we did. But 12, almost 13 minutes survival time. Big moves on the block there. Almost, or rather, I know we just call it 8,000 in heals. A lot of players getting healed. A lot of revives as well. 12 headshots to the block. 50 knocks. 50 knocks to 49 limbs. That means only one person got knocked and he didn't get eliminated. So you already know in this game, if you're getting knocked, you're getting cooked. You are not getting picked up again. But regardless, Erangel always giving us these amazing numbers. That's to just tell you that, yeah, the strategy is one for the books. But South Africa, 18 points to the good. Interestingly, you know, they did finish out good. You know, unfortunately for them, the chicken dinner was just what they lost. I mean, a chicken dinner with those number of eliminations would have done absolutely incredible numbers for them.
Yep, it's only a 4-point difference versus where they are and where it could have been had they got that victory. But, you know, either which way, points are still looking pretty good. And look at that, it's 18, 17, 16, all the way from first to third place. Now, Ghana still also coming through with a strong presence here, finishing on those double digits. But Somalia, Nigeria, Niger also stepping it up, bringing in the points. Morocco only finding 3. Madagascar coming through with 2. I think we have a slight bit of a change. Well, slight might be an understatement, but we have a shift happening with regards to these standings and what these countries are bringing to the field.
Well, you're absolutely right there. But, you know, the leaderboard gives us a snapshot into the mindset of most of these teams. Mauritius, Egypt, Ghana. We've seen that these teams continuously add more and more with every single game. Tunisia, on the other hand, have not been able to find their footing at all today. Again, they finished just below in 10th place, 2 points to the good. It's an unfortunate turnout for them. But Congo, Ivory Coast, no points on the board for them. Zimbabwe, the same. Senegal, also the same. Algeria, Benin, and Djibouti. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure Djibouti guys are upset right now because I said I was looking out for them, and then unfortunately they are the first team back into the lobby. I do apologize, guys. No, I didn't mean it like that. Please don't cook me in the chat. But it is what it is. Hopefully they do better in the next game. But I'm still impressed with how this game has turned out. We've seen that these teams are willing to take risks, and I'm loving every single minute of it.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much to not appreciate from what we've been looking at so far. And again, of course, there will still be a few opportunities for teams to try and make a change, make a bit of a difference, and bring even more points to the standings. Egypt still holding steady. Those 12 points that they got really fitting quite well into this as Algeria having a little bit of a tough run today. I'm not quite sure if they are going to be able to catch up to that pole position, but Mauritius, South Africa, they are in full pursuit, right? They are trying to get up into the highest slots of these overall standings. Ghana also with a beautiful upwards trend coming in their direction. Same can be said here for Nigeria as well, right? So Somalia also showing the consistency, and I think this is going to be the key point, the key focal angle to play for here is to just be as consistent as you can. Keep the pressure up, keep the angles going, and I mean, if the teams kind of forget about Ghana, there could be a golden ticket for them to just fly up those standings.
Exactly, and again, you cannot afford to make those mistakes, especially at this stage. But Tunisia, Madagascar, Djibouti, these guys, they are still struggling, trying to find their footing. But it's not over just yet. They could at least finish on the first page of that leaderboard. That would be something to take back home. Tell the people at home that, oh yeah, I made it to this leaderboard. At least I didn't finish at the bottom. So at least that's the one you could take home. You could say, yeah, that was not the case for me. Madagascar, I was expecting a much better performance from Madagascar. I ain't gonna lie, I was expecting a much better one. But Djibouti, 12 points after 8 games. I still expect more from them. I hope they can at least get 30 points by the end of the day. I'm looking forward to that. If they can pull that off, I would be very, very impressed.
Well, only time will tell, right? We will find out hopefully soon exactly what the approach is going to be moving in. And of course, there's going to be no real change with regards to the map. We're going right back into Erangel as we are getting ready to see exactly where we'll be heading in towards. But this time around, are we going to go for that southern zone again, or do we want it to go somewhere else, right? Because we've seen it down the north, we've seen the east, we've seen the south. I want it, again, I'd say either center or maybe over towards the west side. What are you feeling, Breeze?
Well, I would like something more towards the east, maybe southeast. Just something a little bit different. We did get southwest just now, so southeast, maybe somewhere around that Milta or Novo, something interesting, cuts across the bridge, maybe a zone that encompasses that southeastern side just a little bit, to have teams split between, oh, do we want to be on this side or be on the other side? Because we were all pretty sure that it was going to be a military base zone in that last game. But I wanted it to be more of, are you sure? Are you sure it's going to military base? Are you sure? I wanted it to all the way down to the last second before the zone now decided where it was going to be, where it was. But that last game, everyone was pretty sure it was going to be military base. They already set themselves up for that. But I wanted something more of an indecisive play zone down into the final third. Like, oh, are we gonna go to military base or not? What is the zone saying? To have that indecision between the teams, I would have loved to see something like that.
Yeah, they look pretty confident that the zone was, in fact, going to be heading onto that Millie Island. They just, everybody just sent it. Right? They're just like, yeah, it's fine. We're not going to worry too much about the bridges. We'll just roll on up and that's it. We'll plant our flag over here and that is going to be home for the time being. But now, as we get ready to move into our second Erangel of the day, this is where, again, I'm going to be looking to see the teams that know there is an opportunity for them to score good points. I want them to rise up. So with that, of course, I'm referring to squads like Nigeria, even Senegal, Somalia. I want to see those upsets being played out. And speaking about upsets, let's take a look at the flight path. We're starting at the same point, right? There is Everest yet again. And, well, let's see where we are going to be heading this time around. It's pretty much almost the exact same flight path as before, right? All the way from Everest over to just south of Kameshki. But the big kicker, the big question will be, is the zone going to take us somewhere else? Will we get that southeastern side like you asked for? Or is it going to go somewhere different to where we've not yet seen?
Well, that is what the game is all about. What is the zone going to say? What is it going to decide? What is going to be the right choice going into this third game, this second game of Erangel? But, it's all about the strategies that these teams already have at the back of their minds and whatever it is they want to apply. Wait a minute. Is that Djibouti again? I'm starting to see a pattern here, DK. Come on. There's no way, right? Third time in a row. There's no way. Yeah, Easy Boy already with the M16 in hand. He's going guns blazing, and they're trying to charge this down, dual whip through Jabber as well. I mean, Algeria could be in a little bit of trouble here, but they do have an angle to cover with player one playing in towards that down western side position. I think he is going to enjoy this. Rose is playing behind them as well. This could prove to be something special for them if they can put the numbers in. But Easy Boy has been spotted, easily going to get knocked away if he's not careful. Manages to get back into the building. Player one does have a position on him, probably feeding that intel to the rest of his teammates, giving a little bit of an opportunity for them to reposition. Again, Algeria have all the cards here. They have more intel, they have more positions to cover unless they start slipping. We've seen that Djibouti is very, very capable of making you pay dearly for your mistakes.
Well, let's see who's going to be paying the biggest price as the pressure will be on. I gotta say though, I commend the angle and approach from Djibouti. Right, they've hard dropped on 3 squads. First, they took out Morocco. Then they tried their hand against South Africa. Now they're going up against the side of Algeria. South Africa, though, they have other things to worry about, as we can see the players from Somalia now holding here. Klaus has taken quite a bit of damage. Beast over on the east, keeping it nice and quiet. Not going to be looking to move up all too much just yet. The first blood is there. That's going to be Reverb that gets knocked and confirmed. But will South Africa allow this now to be the situation as Klaus gets knocked, sneaks, gets brought on down? Kids, I don't see a weapon there. I see a melee melee thing in there, and that's not going to be easy to fight with. Bringing a knife to a gunfight, it's challenging.
Yeah, it's a major challenge if you ask me. But again, South Africa getting caught out there. That is not what they wanted in this game. I'll tell you that one for sure. But they're probably going to think about this one going forward. Sneaks and Reverb sent back into the lobby a little bit too early, if one would ask. Our player one getting stopped by Jabba, and that is an unfortunate turn of events. Again, Algeria bowing to the pressure, and Easy Boy has been picked up. This is an opportunity to circle back. Jabba again trying to hold the 1v1 over to that ground floor. This could be very problematic for Algeria. They have to be very careful. Over to the top side again. Jabba continues to use the shotgun to his advantage, and he's trying to pack this one in. And all the X's trying to hold this on again. Has to be very careful. Packing it through again over to the top. And that's 1 HP. He knows he's hurt him. Or will he press forward?
Ooh. Well, I guess it's safe to say the answer is unequivocal. Yes, Djibouti now. Quickly trying to patch themselves back up again. King is down, but the nade is through, and that is that. Algeria stops that play before it gets out of hand. But as I've said before, right, you got to commend the approach coming through here from Djibouti. They are just challenging everybody. They're like, you know what? That looks like a good spot. Let's go over there, right? Are we going to get some heat? Sure, but that's okay. We'll have some fun while we go at it. Now, Algeria, they did lose a player along the way, but they were able to pick up 4 eliminations. It does seem like that engagement between South Africa and Somalia has also started to quiet down somewhat, as South Africa has disengaged and rotated out of Savoni, leaving Somalia there to do what they wish. Now, Nigeria are going to be patiently waiting to see if they can find a bit of a jump here on the side of Madagascar.
Yeah, it looks like things have fizzled out a little bit. Do see that Nigeria did lose one of their players. I'm not sure to whom, but Madagascar taking the reins of Rozok for themselves. Remember, they do have the numbers advantage here. They do have 4 players up, and that could be the advantage that puts them over the edge against Nigeria. Beru just inside the compound, feeding a little bit more intel to the rest of his teammates. They have the entire area surrounded. That could be very problematic for them if they do not have all of their facts right before deciding what they want to do next. Well, you can see the movements coming through. Rozok is a place of interest, especially in a zone like this. If you do want to play in from that western side, it could work. Baby with a spray over. Beru peeked his head out a little bit too long from the window, gets instantly punished. But do Nigeria want to capitalize on this? I believe they might. Beru's all by his lonesome, and that is the danger of having to play, in a split where you cannot protect all of your teammates, DK.
Yeah, it's sometimes a little bit a little bit challenging unless you've got insane gun skill. It's not necessarily a strategy that would be advised all too much. But now it's going to be Madagascar looking to see if they can maybe turn the situation around. Peru is going to be down, conveying a little bit of information over to the rest of the crew. But I like this stealthy play coming through from Nigeria, right? They're not going to be spotted out just yet. They will not get taken down. They will try to fight as best they can. But as you've said, that widespread, I'm not quite sure if it's going to be all too easy for them to make much of it.
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, Roshawk is a pretty big place. It's pretty big, and if you want to cover all of it, you have to be in both positions of Rozok, and that is the disadvantage that Madagascar have right now, because the only man they had in the other side has been knocked away. So all the intel that he was going to feed them goes down the drain as well, as they've lost that man. So they have to think of another way. Do they want to hang around in Rozok? Doesn't look like it's going to be feasible, because I think the play zone is going to shift, from this position very soon, and most of the teams that are in the eastern side of the zone is going to favor them a little bit more. Senegal being one of those teams also moving in from the western side, trying to circle it back, and it could be very, very problematic for the likes of them as well if they do not have enough intel making those rotations. As you can see, Egypt have decided to get a piece of the action as well, and they will be running to Senegal. Rise with the first drop. Now we have something on our hands.
Well, let's see whether or not Egypt is going to be able to lock it in. Oh, I love this awareness, though, coming through from the side of Senegal, right? Just so quick to react once they see those pixels out of place. Yes, they do lose a player in the exchange, but now Egypt try and rebound. Try and see if they can find a way out of this. So instead of putting the player in the vehicle, just put them on top. I guess that saves time, right? You don't have to open doors and close them again. That's one way to do it.
I didn't even think that worked anymore. I thought you would just fall off the vehicle, but it looks like these guys have mastered the art of the quick emergency rescue, and you love to see it. But again, this is the difference between Egypt and the rest of these teams. They did take a little bit of a knock with Senegal, but the difference is Egypt actually did go for the press, and Senegal fell back just a little bit, and it cost them a lot. I mean, they do have a better angle. They have repositioned themselves, and it looks very nice. If the spray is good enough, it could yield something here, but that's not going to be the case. They just managed to get out of sight, but I spoke too soon. UG Boy actually finds the spray, finds the angle, gets the drop on them, and now there is someone actually here to deal the damage, and Egypt now trying to take this on, trying to close this out against UG Boy, trying to close this once and for all. Grenade in hand, trying to launch it over the top, but here comes Xenos as well. He wants a piece of the action, but he's exposed himself a little bit over the top, and his grenade is good, and his teammate falls, and now unfortunately the UG Boy is no match for the Bison. He goes down, and now they will be overwhelmed. Egypt once again using their experience, using the terrain, using the angles to perpetrate violence against Senegal, and it works in perfection.
Yep, a very efficient play there on their end. Meanwhile, things are starting to heat up, as you can see across the way. Benin sending out a few utilities, making it go boom, and that is going to be at the expense of Algeria. So there's still quite a bit of contention all across the zone as we take a look over into Pachinki, and this is where all the heat is. That is such a phenomenal play. Algeria down to roses. I mean, I love this. Benin just blowing the competition out of the water here. Or maybe not exactly the water, but definitely the compounds. Let's see if violence can... violence? I'll go with violence. Because that W is really confusing me. But hey, violence, that is what we see Benin choosing to utilize. And now roses might have to go smell the roses as the lobby might be inside. It's all going to depend on how Benin plays through this next opportunity, but they have to be really quick about it because Morocco, they have caught wind of what could be cooking right here. And if the shots go off, that is going to draw their focus right on through. Now, you can see the angle out the window. Benin, they've not yet found roses, which is right there alongside violence.
Yeah, I mean, interesting turnout for Benin. I mean, they're looking very comfortable here, dealing with Algeria, and it's an unfortunate turn of events for them. Roses, the last man left, he's been biding his time, trying to make something happen from that position. It looks very unlikely, though, because Kera probably has something for him with that M249 in hand, ruining the ice. Is that an ice cream UAZ? Man, I mean, the creators are getting more creative by the day, but you gotta love it. And it looks like Bennett just looking for a way through to close this down, but they have to be careful. Roses is still very much a threat there. If he catches any one of them lacking, it's gonna be bye-bye for them. And Eagle just taking a little bit of time here to lack this up. You're not too aware, but that spray is good and it does work, and he does go for the flush. And immediately gets drawn away there by Rad again. That's a beautiful shot by Wick. Again, Egypt getting absolutely blindsided by the guys from Niger. This is what we talked about, DK. These guys are very touchable, and all of these teams are touching them one by one. Rad plays on the other side again. DBS tries to go for the drop shot, but this time will not be so lucky. And Egypt will come out on top. 7 eliminations to the good, but 2 bodies lost, making it, again, very difficult from the performance we saw yesterday.
Yeah, and this is going to open up the floodgates now for Somalia to rush right up alongside them. Benin, I don't know if they purposefully are looking to ignore the player that's right there alongside them, or this is probably the best game of hide and seek that we've seen here today. Yesterday we had a pretty good one. Today this could be that next one to claim the title. For Benin though, I hope that they find that player pretty soon. Otherwise it is going to be quite difficult for them to make it past that point. Now Egypt feeling a little bit more emboldened as they start to rotate in and across that zone. They will be taking quite a bit of damage, but fortunately for them, not enough to stop them in their tracks just yet. Somalia enjoying a little bit of the loot that they found. But it's interesting to see that there's not been too much of a fight for that Potato Hill because it is currently smack dab center zone. Meanwhile, up north, it is going to be the focus on school. We got Egypt, we got Tunisia in here, trying to see how they could play through this. We have Nigeria also still just holding to that northeastern side, but neither Nigeria nor Tunisia are going to be looking to be all too phased with the company they have.
Yeah, you're right. And this particular position is going to be one for the books, because if, like you said, I'm quite surprised nobody's, decided to take over that hillside, that potato hillside position. It's very ideal. The only thing I think is it costs a lot to defend that position. I think that's what most of these teams are actually considering. What is it going to cost me to hold that position? But now the play zone has shifted again, just a little bit outside of this school area. So everybody that thought that this was where the next zone was going to be is going to have to think twice. The zone has shifted towards the eastern side, so they have to hightail it and they have to make a play relatively very quickly. And all the vehicles, all the utilities go out of style immediately. immediately as well, because we've got Egypt in the mix, Tunisia as well, all of them thinking, having the same thoughts. And Ninja actually gets a drop there on Nerdo over to the top side against Madagascar. They're probably going to think about this one if they do want to make that rotation and commit, as Nerdo will be getting flushed by 11 again. But DK, that's why I don't like playing in school. It's so chaotic. A lot of stairs, a lot of windows, a lot of positions. Your vehicle can easily get blown away if you don't park it properly. There's so many things that could happen to you inside of this area. Egypt's lurking in the background, just waiting for that unlucky team that decides that this angle is where they want to choose to come out from.
I mean, for Egypt, it's a great position to try and play off of, because they know both Tunisia and Nigeria need to rotate past them. They need to get out of those apartment buildings in some way, shape, or form. And also, just on the edge is where we can see another team taking occupancy, of course, that being the side of Madagascar. But now it is going to be Nigeria letting it loose as they look to send it on forward. Ninja comes through with the Elam, but 11 gets eliminated themselves. Now, T'Challa stepping up to the window. Is the angle going to be there? Will we see Tunisia get out of this? Yeah, well, they do. A quick ticket back to the lobby. Now it's going to be run as the blue catches up. Baby and Ninja will have to secure that rotation, but Egypt still in the wing, waiting patiently for a potential pickup to come through here. 7 eliminations is what they've got. And so far, Nigeria might just very well make it out. Ninja gets taken out. There's still one left. Just keep going. Don't stop. Just try and secure the overall positioning for Nigeria into that next phase. Egypt, though, they're a menace, right? They are just causing problems for the rest of the countries, trying to play a good game and get themselves up into zone.
Yeah, big menace, very big menace. The fact that they didn't even give up the position, they didn't even, decide to pack it up, because I'm pretty sure they knew that those two teams had just finished fighting against each other. I'm pretty sure they said, yeah, man, we just pick up whoever's left, man. We just eliminate whoever's left out of all this, and that's just gonna be it. Personally, I thought they would have seen, oh, okay, these guys just finished wrapping it up. Let's take the zone. Let's focus on getting into the zone. But they decided to still wait down and see if they could get something out of it, and they did manage to still get one elimination out of it. But unfortunately, Nigeria have been eliminated courtesy of Mauritius. Mauritius, once again, 4 players up. Only 2 teams have 4 players up, DK, and you're seeing it. I believe it's Mauritius and Morocco, and they are looking very comfortable here. Morocco now sending their sights onto the guys from Somalia. They're traded off one after the other. Hulk, the next victim, he goes down as well. Klaus, the back one on the other side, Beast getting flushed as well, and Egypt getting a piece of the action. They've decided to crash into the party as well, getting a little bit more of that intel to decide where they want to rotate into next. All of these decisions will play a final role as we are in the 5th phase of the circle.
Well, I think looking at the angles that we have currently set up and occupied in the zone, it does seem like Ghana have a beautiful read. They have that position over towards the edge. It could provide them with quite a bit of leverage moving further towards these northern squads. South Africa also in a really good setup here, but they only have a duo, so it is going to be pretty challenging for them to cover all these angles, especially with Mauritius now on the push, with the players from Egypt right there alongside them. And then, of course, we've got Somalia up on the ridge. So there are so many factors playing into this current setup that is making it exceptionally challenging. Morocco also now getting ready to move. And for some teams, it's going to go all downhill from here.
You're absolutely right. For some teams, this might be where things start to crumble for them. Egypt, again, you can see the position they've decided to take, the high ground line, the lighthouse, one up, one down, all the intel they need in a central position, all for them. But I think South Africa, it would pay them to wrest that position away from Egypt and have one person up there. That would be much more ideal for them, because they cannot allow Egypt to, set up a base camp just south of their position, or rather north of their position. But DK, again, this is something that we always talk about. It is all about strategy. It is all about what you've decided you are going to do when the zone does a particular thing. You can see Egypt, they full send it to the central position of the circle. They know that there's a lighthouse there. They know that it's going to be uncontested, and they take it out immediately. And now they're starting to get more intel on the rest of the opposition. Meanwhile, you still have teams outside of the zone, outside of the circle, with no information of what is going on inside.
It's a risky play, right? I mean, ideally, moving into this phase, you want to have as much information as possible. Nash now getting absolutely gashed as the shots just rain on in. Morocco rocking up with a lot of aggression here. See whether or not Madagascar will be able to survive. We do say goodbye to Senegal as they will get taken out. Rise having a pretty tough position up on towards that far northeastern edge. Now, up comes the send. Morocco looking to close this one up. 2 players standing between them and 5 eliminations. Up goes Lazy Boy. Now Matchy coming in with a big wibble wobble. Essentially getting taken right out of their vehicle. Nash, super low on health. Trying to ride out the storm. Up comes the nades, the utilities. It could be the end here for Madagascar. Morocco look to try and lock it in. Up comes Mauritius. Now it's going to be a full M&M and M fight as we've got Morocco, Mauritius, and Madagascar who will not be able to take it any longer. Now Mauritius riding on the edge, slight little bit of incline going towards them. You can see Morocco holding steady up there, and instead they choose to take a slightly different approach. El Chapo having to try and reposition, get themselves back onto Potato Hill. But the zone, absolutely relentless, continuing to force their hand, pulling the teams a little bit more down towards that southern side.
Yeah, I mean, that entire southern side looks like the place to be, if you ask me. But Mauritius, here with a plan of their own, they're trying to execute this quite perfectly. They're trying to deal with, Morocco very carefully, but I'm pretty sure Klaus thought if he sat in the vehicle long enough, he would disappear, but that was not going to be the case. 5 eliminations now going to Morocco, and they're enjoying this. They have found a way into the zone. We're down to 16 to 18 players alive, all of them looking for a way to get into that top 3. Slowly but surely, it's looking harder and harder with each passing time. And let's not forget, Benin is still in the mix. They've got a couple players in there trying to play a little bit of spoiler, but Mauritius also in the mix as well. Chapo peeked out a little bit too long, and he's been discovered. They know he's here now, and they will crash the party. They know he's low on HP, trying to force him out logic into the other side. And now they will have a sideline on him. This is a very uncomfortable position for El Chapo to be in. His position has been compromised here. Frags is trying to get him off brand and off angle. But again, Morocco very nicely positioned, and Frags almost getting a sent off as well. A little bit of a peak, but now Frags finally getting the drop. El Chapo getting knocked away. The floodgates surely open now. And here comes Mauritius. They're trying to deal with the guys from Morocco. Marshall goes down as well, getting run over by that vehicle. Logic over to the other side goes. It is mowing the lawns, one after the other. Morocco start to fall. Is one left. Keish over to the other side, but he's going to get knocked away as well. Grenade over to the top side. Lazy Boy almost getting swept off, but he switches immediately to the west of K. Exist is there. 1 HP. Trying to circle back, grenade in hand over to the top side from Lazy Boy. He's trying to close this down, and he has to be careful. Another grenade, and that's perfectly launched. Lazy Boy, not lazy this time. Mauritius stop dead in their tracks. Morocco will hold on.
I think we need to change the name of Lazy Boy to Efficient Boy, because boy oh boy, that was a crazy play coming in between the two up on the top of the ridge. But so far, there's still a long way to go. We have 5 teams left. Morocco now sitting quite comfortably on 9 eliminations up. They have been dealt a heavy hand. Got to try and get themselves patched back to push on forward. Egypt also now with the 9 elims. Caught in the Wizard Tower. Not very many options available to them. South Africa need to find a way to path out of here because they are on the edge, and that blue could take them in a completely different direction. Looking at the probabilities up at the top of the screen, Ghana have the highest probability. They've got the numbers, but do they have the position? Can they lock it in and drive this one all the way through to the bank? They have the compound, and we are yet to see if that is going to still be in play as we move towards that stage number 7. All comes down to this. Do you have a superior position, or will you feel the sting? El Chapo now feeling that sting as Kira sends it out. Morocco getting dealt a dirty hand. Lazy Boy taking quite a bit of damage here as well. Now Benin trying to just duck and dive their way back into safety. Gary Boy carrying the team forward as they find the spray. Kira is down. Now it's up to Violence to see if they can get this ball rolling. Quickly patching themselves up, but not in a position to bring the team back into the swing of things. Of course, the zone taking its shift there, and it does make it exceptionally difficult. There's only one compound left, and that is currently occupied, or close to being occupied by Egypt. Benin getting wrapped up as Morocco finds the angle. Violence being a little bit too cautious there. And unfortunately, it will cost them their play in this game. Ghana now getting ready to move as they roll up. They spot the angles towards Morocco, sending it up the hill. Morocco trying to play down towards them. A nice bit of a back and forth between either side as Ghana's trying to buy a bit of time here to get themselves into that zone. So far, it seems to have worked, but now Morocco has the pressure on their shoulders. They now have to take their turn to move up. South Africa rushing up onto Egypt, and a quick off angle being played here as South Africa is left with only one player. Let's see whether or not kids can survive the onslaught here. The spray is going to continue to rain on down, and with that, it is only 3 squads that remain. Egypt with 2, Morocco with 3, and Ghana coming in with 4.
Ghana, 4 players in, but no eliminations yet. That is the danger that comes with having no eliminations. Your gun is squeaky clean. You haven't fired any bullets just yet. But will that start to hurt them in the long run? As it stands, Morocco looking for a way to circle in, get a better high ground position to close out the final stages of this game. Eyes have been wide shut so far. Nasser has spotted the guys from Ghana and starts to spray immediately. AG in hand is enjoying that position for the most part. Doesn't necessarily have to move out of that position just yet, but the next play zone is going to be very, very, very decisive on how this pans out. Every single position is up for grabs here in this final third. Egypt getting forced very close to the zone, a little bit outside there, but now Knocker is getting knocked away, unfortunately. And he might be getting flushed if El Chapo has anything to say about it. Morocco firing on all 4 cylinders, but Nasser will steal that one away. Unfortunately, that point will not go to Morocco. Egypt steal it away, up to 11 eliminations now and counting. They're adding more and more. They do have the play zone still, so they do not necessarily have to be forced outside. Ghana, on the other hand, after all said and done, they have lost 1, and you can see that prediction start to slip away now, going into the favor of Morocco. They have more eliminations. They have the high ground. They have the position, but can they capitalize on it, DK?
I don't quite know. I mean, so far, Ghana has been pretty good at staying ahead of the engagements, right? Not getting themselves caught, not getting too much pressure applied to them. But with Egypt and Morocco in this lobby, it is not going to be an easy one. They do find the play onto Egypt, and with that, they whittle the numbers down. It's now Nasser, but Ringo is going to get spotted as they look to push on forward. This is going to be the same opportunity for Morocco now to see if they can steal an easy victory. 12 eliminations already to their name. Are they going to be able to find even more? Ghana only just found their first. Here we have it. It is go time. Morocco seem to have the highest probability of taking the dub. It is just 1 squad standing between them and that winner with a chicken dinner. Ghana gets taken down. Morocco steps on up, claims the victory, and does so with phenomenal style, finishing strong on, I believe, nearly 15 or 16 eliminations for this game.
Ooh, big game for Morocco. This is exactly what they needed, and they found it. And what a time to find it at the midway point of today's games. I mean, you can't be mad at that. They knew exactly how they wanted to play this, and they played it perfectly. Absolutely incredible performance from them. It was a long time coming. You know, they did try to play in the previous game like this, but that was not the case. It didn't pan out the way they wanted just because of how the zone, you know, played out going into military base that last game. But this time around, they had the angles, they had the position. But it would have been very interesting, though, if they lost that fight with Mauritius, because that would have been a very, very, very interesting game changer. But they didn't. Everything just fell into place the moment they got those eliminations after, you know, taking out Mauritius. So I think that is where the game started to turn around for them.
Yeah, I think there were several points where things took quite a few, shifts and turns all across the board. But I think on that one, of course, while we get everything prepped and ready to go into that full breakdown, we are going to be hopping into a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll be back with you shortly. Insane Pubg mobile action right here in the Iesf 2025 Africa qualifiers. Now, Priest, that last match, it went into some interesting directions, right? We did see quite a few teams trying to push, trying to rush, trying to clutch it out, and it was such a hot and heated final zone where we finally got into.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very interesting game. You know, the second Erangel of the night. And we're gonna head into the last one. So now we want to look at what the stats say. What do the stats say? What do the stats tell us? Because that was an incredible game from Morocco. I can't lie. It was very, very impressive, because for the most part of today, they have been struggling. And especially how they started in the first game in Sanhok, where they got dropped on by Djibouti, and that was the end of the road for them. But now we're seeing, yes, this is the Morocco that is very, very capable of turning things around. Lazy Boy was the one cooking 9 eliminations to the good. El Chapo as well, putting in the work side by side. Again, it was very dicey for them against Mauritius in that 4v4, but it turned out that they were able to handle themselves just exactly when the moment needed, and that is exactly what turned the game upside down and gave them the advantage.
I guess at the end of the day, it all comes down to timing, a strategy, but also executing said strategy almost perfectly when the time is there, right? And I think that we can give that straight to the side of Morocco here. A phenomenal play that they brought through. Look at Lazy Boy. I mean, I said we should change the name from Lazy Boy because it's not lazy anymore. If that's what lazy looks like, I don't want to see what it looks like when they actually put effort in.
Well, you're absolutely right. I mean, you have Lazy Boy, Carry Boy, all of these boys doing everything they need to do. But again, Erangel gives us the stats every single time. 138 throwables used. Again, this is even higher than the one we had in the last game. That's to tell you that, yeah, it's getting much more confident here. 241,000 driven in distance. I think less than we had in the previous game. Even lesser revives, even lesser heals. That's to show you that there's a lot of shooting and eliminations going on in this particular game, but there's a lot more to cover. Over to the minutes. In 14 minutes in survival time, that's a lot bigger than we had in the previous game. Headshots even more, 367 meters in the longest elimination in distance. Again, that tells you a lot. Most of the teams though, on the leaderboard, Morocco with 25 points, Egypt with 17, Ghana with 7. Again, we did talk about this during the intermission, and I talked about Ghana's position. It's great and all, but after all of that, all you get is 7 points.
I mean, 7 points. Yeah, it's true. They got 7 points, one of which came through from the eliminations. The other part came through from placement, right? So I think it's safe to say that Ghana was the master evaders in this past game. They were just really good at not getting involved in fights. Now, we also did say that you unfortunately can't rotate your way to victory, right? This is not that kind of game. You have to get aggressive. That's the easiest way to ensure that you finish on a strong footing. And I mean, that's pretty evident looking at what Egypt and Morocco did in this last match. So I would say keep that kind of rotational strategy going, but add that extra layer on top of it. I love this for Nigeria, though, that they got a little bit more aggressive, also securing those 6 points that we saw for them. Now, looking over onto the second page, Djibouti, right? They are an absolute menace. It's like that little kid that wakes up and then says, you know what, today I'm going to misbehave. Right? Djibouti just took it even further. They were like, you know what, today we're going to misbehave, but in a controlled manner. And we've seen them hot drop on so many squads across these past few games here today. I wonder what's going to happen once we make that way into game number 4. But I think for Djibouti, if they can convert that aggression with some placement points, that would be a really good thing for them.
Yeah, absolutely right. But Morocco and Egypt, I mean, cut from the same cloth. You can see it, 15 eliminations to 12, 2,300 in damage, pretty much doing the exact same amount of damage. It's just that Morocco had more of a team thing going out for them. 10 assists to 11 knocks to follow through. Again, it locks it in. It tells you exactly what is important to these two teams. They have been very consistent with it. They have been very consistent with it. We've seen it time and time again. But in this fashion, it is so different. It is so different because Egypt did this majorly with just 2 players up. When they decided to take that position inside of that cover spot, that tower where they split one up and one on the bottom. Again, it's just what you love to see. Strategies and techniques that show incredible IQ, and that's what we love to see regardless. 150 points after 9 games, DK. I mean, it's just incredible at this point.
Yeah, they are leading by they are what, that's a third ahead of Morocco essentially almost being on a century themselves, so there is still quite a bit of an opportunity for teams to try and catch up, I would say, to Morocco, right? Because catching Egypt at this point, I don't really see that happening in our remaining 3 games. 50 points across 3 games, it's not unheard of, but that is going to mean quite an aggressive push coming through from both Algeria or Morocco, because realistically, they are the teams that could get the job done here. Now, for the rest of the slots, right? Mauritius, South Africa, Ghana, they are still in a good position where they could make a play to finish strong, to finish with a decent amount of points for themselves. But if we look a little bit further down the board, this is where, of course, then we find Nigeria, Benin, and Niger. And I want to commend them as well, because if you look at the amount of eliminations that they've been able to bring in, Nigeria is the most aggressive one out of the 3. 20 eliminations, adding up to the 29 total points that they've been able to find so far. So if Nigeria adds the finishing in on that, right, getting good zonal play, making it into those later stages, that could really start to turn things around for them. How much of a turnaround will they be able to get in game number moving into the next game? I don't think there's much opportunity left, but still, I think it would be a good way to just finish strong and play the best game that they can here.
Yeah, I mean, a top 5 finish is not out of the woods yet, but if you take a look at the other part of the leaderboard, Tunisia have still not been able to find their footing just yet after 3 games today. Madagascar still struggling, Djibouti as well, 3 points between them. And again, it's been a very, very, very rough day at the office for these teams. They have been absolutely been bamboozled time and time again. Their strategies have not been working out the way they wanted, but it's not the worst thing in the world. Like I said, it's not over just yet. They've still got 3 games to go. They've got one more Erangel, to close things out with before we head into Miramar, where another set of teams will show their dominance. Again, it's not over just yet. So we are looking out, for the rest of these games. Where is your mindset? Are you defeated already, or do you still believe that there is more to be done? I mean, 3 games is still a lot. If you're averaging at least some consistent points, you could get 60 points from 3 games. 60 points is a major boost. All you have to do is get 20 eliminations.
Yeah.
Get 20 eliminations and do it 3 times in a row, and you'll get 90 points. 90 points, you win. It's so easy. Why not do that? What are you waiting for? Do that and qualify to whatever stage that this takes you to. That top 3, top 5, whatever it is, just make it. That top 5, top 6, whatever, just make it. Try to be in the first position. First position, they always get rewarded. Nobody gets rewarded for finishing in 12th, or 15th. So you gotta at least make it into the top stages.
But I think a big thing that we're also going to be looking at here is just the overall performance of especially Mauritius and South Africa coming into this final stretch, right? The last half that we have now to play through. I think looking at what it is last year, South Africa were in 5th place come end of the event, right? The Africa qualifiers in the previous season. Now this time around, they again find themselves in 5th place, right? So I think for South Africa, they're going to try and push a little bit more to get higher placement, right? To aim for 4th and then potentially into that 3rd place. But if that is the approach, they're really going to have to lock it in, because Mauritius last year finished in 3rd. So they're going to have to really up it, right? They're going to have to find a strategy to get them to where they want to go, because Egypt, Morocco, still playing with essentially the same consistency as we've seen back in 2024. Both squads sitting in exactly the same place with regards to those standings. So if Algeria has anything to say about it, they're just going to stay there in that third place, right? One of the new countries that we've seen step onto the battlefield for this year, really bringing in so much aggression alongside with that. So Mauritius, South Africa, they're going to have to up the ante if they are looking to maybe replace Algeria within that top three. So the pressure is going to be on. They're going to have to bring that heat. And as you've said, one more Erangel, that's all we've got left before we make it into a double dose and the final serving of Miramar in this qualifier. So I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be go time.
Yeah, I mean, Erangel, last Erangel of the night. Those teams that have yet to find their footing in this map, this could be their last opportunity, their last chance to turn things around for themselves. But again, there's still a little bit of strategy involved. You still can't go in guns blazing. You might be losing out here, but you know, the plane's in the air, and you're just gonna have to see to it that you have a strategy for this last Erangel, because this will be your last opportunity. This time around for a different playing path. Let's see what the zone says. But Lipovka all the way down to Primos, cutting all the way through Shelter, Farm, and a little bit of Ferry Pier. I think this will feed those teams that do love to play in towards the south and central positions. You know, those people that love them, some Pachinki, Gatka, Ruins, School, and even Rozok, even a little bit of Yaznaya in there as well, and Milta, Mansion, all of these areas up for grabs. I don't expect, if I see Djibouti do it again, you know that, yeah, this is just their strategy today, and I'm loving it.
I kind of think that we might be looking at that again, right? I just have this sneaky suspicion that Djibouti is going to choose another country to go and try and terrorize this time around. Will they succeed in their efforts? We don't quite know. We'll find out soon. But for the time being, all the countries are dropping off. Obviously, with the flight path being quite different from what we had in the previous match, a lot of those northern teams can't quite get to where they were going previously. So South Africa changing their drop, but the flight path, or the zone rather, is going to be centering up right onto Rozok. So if we had the previous flight path and this zone, it would have been an absolutely devastating combo. But so for the time being, we're waiting to see where Djibouti are going to get themselves situated. A nice little parachute moment coming through here as we enjoy the scenery all across our final Erangel. Thank you so much for the scouting, though, right? I like this, like giving us a good lay of the land. Like, yeah, we can see the whole entire map from just that one location. It is going to be Somalia over on the edge, South Africa getting the first blood as they find themselves in a pretty hot and heated angle. And I do believe that, yeah, it is going to be Niger right there alongside them. We do see a fair trade coming through in both directions, but they're going to have to be quick about it. So far, the conversions are there. Niger now down to a two-piece. Let's see what South Africa is going to do. As we know, they are chasing those points. They are trying to get it in, trying to claw their way up those overall standings. In the meanwhile, Somalia making a break while they have the quiet and tranquility throughout that northern part of the map. Now, Wick getting hit in the back here just as they make their entry into the building. Lynx just patiently waiting outside, but it is going to be a DBS in the hand of Wick, so a very strategic approach will need to be adopted here. The angle is there. Wick getting more of that damage. South Africa keeping the pressure up. Niger now trying to figure out what is the approach going to be. Eagle trying to move on in, trying to bring in that extra bit of reinforcement, but so far, South Africa, they know what they have to do. They got to close it up, and the opportunity is there. They got to strike while the iron is hot or the HP is low.
Ooh, and that is how you get the job done. You can see they did not take the risk of, you know, moving in one after the other. They surrounded and they swarmed, and they made sure that they got the elimination. Niger now down to one, and that is unfortunate for them, but they did put up a good fight. They did manage to steal one away from South Africa. We're going to hurt them down the line, and that will be the end of the road. Eagle will be discovered, shot out of the skies. South Africa will get 4 eliminations to the good. Very good way for them to start this game, if you ask me. Couldn't have started it any better. And now, can they build on this? That is the question now. Can they build? This is the last Erangel of today. They cannot afford any mistakes going forward. And right now, you can see Benin just enjoying themselves as well. A little bit of an outside position. A couple of minutes before the play zone starts to force them out into the open, and that tells you all you need to know. Somalia as well having a little bit of a discussion among themselves of how they want to make their own rotations while the play zone. Papa Blue decides to circle them quite nicely and force them into that central position. I mean, this is a very good zone, DK. It's quite central. Nobody needs to land on anyone, unfortunately. And funny enough, where the hot drop happened was outside of the play zone. So that tells you that, you know, there's a method to this madness, and it's starting to show. But right now, Somalia, they need a lot. They need a lot to do in this game if they do want to find themselves at least in the top five. They have a lot of ground to cover here. But take a look at military base. We've got Nigeria here, and it looks like Xenos is not aware that player from Nigeria is prone right in front of him. That could be something, but 11 has been knocked away. Baby as well follows through. S12K straight to the chest, and that will be the end of the road for them. They will be down to just one. And Nigeria's day has gotten ruined, and UG Boy is the one with the final blow. Nigeria will be going back into the lobby. Second team, Niger and Nigeria. What are the odds?
Yeah, I mean, they're almost neighbors, right? And now we are going to be looking up to Morocco all the way towards Stalba and Kameshki. So a very separated position they find themselves in here. So Africa now trying to get a little bit of that cooking going as they found themselves yet another team. That, of course, being the side of Ghana. You can see Ringo and the rest of the crew just up towards the north. Not quite sure how Ghana is going to look to respond to this, as they are currently just trying to play it out, trying to survive, trying to ride the storm. Sneaks is going to be doing a little bit of that scouting here, making sure that there's no jump coming in their direction. Hear a few of those shots, see a few of those shots from Ghana. The send is imminent as South Africa starts to move on forward. Ringo are going to have a lot of company now approaching their position, and Ghana surprisingly very split. Right, I would have hoped that they would maybe condense this wide angle that they're taking right now.
Yeah, you exactly what I was about to say. I was not expecting them to try to hold this width. It takes a lot to hold a width like this against a team like South Africa, but I'm pretty sure they know that South Africa need these points. They're probably going to try to bait them out into the open and force them into an uncomfortable position. That's an open spray coming through, and Pim, unfortunately, drove a little bit too close to the corner there, and he's immediately hurt, and it doesn't look like he will be getting picked up. But fortunately for him, his teammate just a couple meters away will make it happen. And Sneaks is there trying to close the gap, reduce the distance between them and the rest of the team here. He has the S12K in hand, and he might be able to circle this one through. Gets the first drop, and unfortunately will not be able to get the second. Devil is there, gets him dropped to his knees. And this could be something diabolical going through for South Africa if Sneaks cannot get picked up. And they over to the other side again. They're getting forced out. Devil with the Molotov just over the top to seal the position and force them all the way back. Sound like this again. Takes a long hit, falls to the side, but Lynx is there. Beautiful position. He peeks out, almost getting knocked off to the other side. Devil will try again, but the S12K will crack the shield and get him knocked away. And now SA down to just one. Pim has been picked up. It's all left to him now. 1v1. Can he turn it through? Might decide to turn this one around, but he's getting his HP back up. And this might be the right decision, but he knows he might be getting it over to the other side. Again, props it through. The AKM in hand like this, and he will be able to make him dance like this if he can spin him all the way to the other side, trying to force him through. The DBS in hand, the jump shot is good, and that will be the end. South Africa go back into the lobby courtesy of Ghana. Once again, they will pour sand into the rice. An unfortunate scenes for South Africa here. DK probably not gonna like this one.
You know what? The best team will be the one to win. So good play coming through for Ghana there. It was a very risky engagement. And of course, that blue now is going to add a little bit more pressure to Ghana's health bars as they are looking to patch themselves up. But Mauritius, in the meanwhile, they're going to look to rotate up in towards school. We already have Tunisia lying in wait, so there could be a nice little bit of an engagement coming through on that front. Meanwhile, Morocco, they spotted out Djibouti off in the distance. Djibouti, this time around, being a little bit more passive, right? Not looking to be as much of a trouble as they've been in the previous 3 games so far. But it's going to be go time now. Egypt also scouting, looking for a good entry point to take. But nobody north of that bridge, aside from Hulk and the rest of the team. So for Somalia, I think things are looking pretty exciting as they are the first country to set foot north of that river. However, on the opposite end, we do see even more squads now starting to roll on through, looking to take different approaches to that northern angle. But down south, things are not going to get any easier. Algeria still have quite a bit of an opportunity, right? They are pushing further and further up into that zone, as we can see them over on the western side, rather. But Somalia's there, Mauritius is there, and the heat is going to come in pretty hot.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised that most of these teams are on the southern side. It's not something I was expecting, though. That's a good grenade from El Chapo. But they managed to escape it just in time, but probably has more where that came from. It's going to bounce them all around the wall there. Yeah, Carry Boy making his own appearance, making his presence felt over to that corner position. Nasser goes down to the DBS Marshall, sending them one by one to the corners of the zone there. Djibouti losing out, and that will be another one joining the ranks. Djibouti going out in 11th place. Morocco adding more to the tally there. 4 eliminations to the good. We're down to 10 teams now. And the play zone already on the move. Again, things are not looking too difficult right now for Morocco. Egypt yet to secure any points in this game.
Well, anything could still change. I'm going to be looking over towards this western side where Algeria is circling Mauritius right there alongside them. And of course, we saw the players from Somalia not too far away either. So there is a little bit of tension building, but nobody's looking to kick the party off just yet, as everybody is still just very mobile, looking for that angle to call home, waiting for the zone to pop, which will do so within the next few moments. Algeria, though, this could be their opportunity to just solidify their overall standings with regards to the leads, right? Those points. And here we have it, the zone getting ready to reveal itself. Where is this next phase going to take us? Oh, it falls all the way over towards the eastern side. So now everybody on the west has to get themselves going. As Somalia is the first one to move up into a center zone, but that is exactly where Egypt find themselves. We do also then see the players from Senegal holding nice and steady over on towards the edge of the zone, but the pressure is on, and now it is going to become quite chaotic as so many countries, so many teams look to engage, and they want to score as many points here as they can. Egypt going to be the first one to feel the heat as Somalia pops it off. That is going to be one of the players down. Egypt now, they've been able to control this compound in one of our previous games, but will Somalia be able to turn the tables against that? Algeria also waiting in the wing.
Ooh. Did not expect Algeria to pull up so early, but they have. Somalia in the mix as well. This could be a very interesting three-way party. But looks like Somalia have other plans in mind as they rally around that little compound. But again, that is a very difficult compound to defend. Probably going to cost them some utilities once Egypt or Algeria decide to get a piece of that action. But nope, they will not be stopping. Klaus goes for the drop and manages to get another elimination again. And he does go for the second with the AUG. What a drive-by. And now another run through from Somalia. Egypt are not catching a break this time. It will be left to Nasser. And that was an interesting turn of events. Somalia not backing down at all.
Yeah, I mean, they decided to just go full-on aggression here as they've just laid into the side of Egypt, who's not been able to secure a single elimination just yet. Now, we can see Hulk looking, searching, trying to find Nasser. They know Egypt can't be too far away, and of course, the skin vehicle out in the open is going to be a clear giveaway, but Nasser, quick on the trigger here, does find Hulk. Now looking to see if they can make a little bit of a something happen. Somalia, though, I would have expected them to maybe get a little bit more aggressive, right?
Yeah,
Full send it.
yeah.
Their one player spotted that there was a vehicle, and so far they've not done anything about it.
Yeah, I was expecting them to, go completely full on against that last player from Egypt. I'm pretty sure they knew that he was the last one left after all the intel they've gathered, but it was unfortunate that they still had to lose a player. But you know, Senegal had something to say about that one. They turned it around and they closed it off, and Egypt have been sent back into the lobby. Now Ghana, on the other hand, are down to just 2, but they do have 3 eliminations after that little exchange with South Africa earlier on. But now they do have Benin in the mix, trying to close this down. There's a lot of risk taking going on here. You can see it is phase 3 of the circle, trying to force the engagement over to that northern side. You have Benin just with a sight line over to the top hill side position. They do, however, know that this could potentially be a 2 versus 4. Ghana could utilize the angle of the high ground position to their advantage, but it doesn't look like that would be the case. The play zone is going to take priority over any eliminations they want to get here. On the other side, on the flip side of things, you've got Morocco just hanging back here, waiting for Madagascar to slip up so that they can pounce. I mean, that is a strategy we've seen from them time and time again, and hopefully it looks like it would work. The play zone on the other side moves a little bit towards that northeastern side, just outside of Yasnaya. You can see, you know, El Chapo trying to make it in from the northern side. Tunisia probably in that 2-2 split. It could be a big risk, but if it works out, they could put a stop to Morocco.
Yeah, they definitely could, but it's all going to come down to how they play through these angles. Now it's going to be T'Challa just quickly trying to fall back, put a little bit more distance in here, as Morocco seems to be pretty adamant on getting this rush secured. T'Challa now, oh, you're going to have to just get your way around that. But I love this play, though. Tunisia playing a bit of bait and switch, right? Luring Morocco into their trap, which they've sprung, and so far finding a good bit of damage. Now just keeping them at arm's reach. Meanwhile, it's going to be Algeria finding a position over on towards the edge of zone. Up comes the senders. Tunisia now feels the heat. The pressure is there. Spawn cooking up the nade, getting ready for the send, but gets caught outside with their hand on the trigger. T'Challa and the rest of the crew now having to make a very decisive play here. Are they going to look to send it, or will they look to reposition Mauritius, as we saw just in the distance there, moving in? So whatever Algeria decides on doing, they have to be really quick about it, because Mauritius might steal it away from them. Morocco, though, focusing in on Mauritius, and this is not the kind of sandwich that Mauritius was hoping to find.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they wanted a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and they did not want to be the peanut or the butter, but unfortunately that's where they found themselves, and they're trying to hold it down, though. Mauritius looking good. They did manage to squeeze out one elimination from there, and it's all about a battle of utilities at this point. El Chapo has his sidelines over to that northern side as well, applying more pressure. The shack is exposed, more bullets flying through, 5.56 is piercing through the doors, and Exist goes down to Marshall, and this could be the opening now that the guys from Morocco have been looking for. On the other side trying to hold it down, but they're too far out, and that is the problem with having a split, because your attention is going to be easily divided, and that is what Morocco is suffering from right now. They're trying to deal with Mauritius, also trying to deal with Tunisia at the same time, so all of the resources are going down through the ringer, and now Kaish is going to have to think that one through. Too many X's taking hits, but that was a beautiful grenade, but too beautiful. It knocks Kaish away, and that is an unfortunate turnout, and now Mauritius falling down, crumbling under pressure, and that is an unfortunate grenade. The pressure is so high, and that is what causes Mauritius to crumble here.
What a quick engagement this one's coming through from both Morocco, Algeria, and the side of Mauritius. 3 very aggressive teams. But now Algeria having to lick their wounds as they need to bring Roses back on their feet. A little bit of a reach now being played here by Tunisia. So got to watch out. The vehicle could go boom, and there it goes. Fortunately for Algeria, they were able to just stay out of reach. El Chapo now needs to have that off angle from Lazy Boy work out. A good preemptive play, but is that going to suffice? Will this open up the door now for Morocco to lay into the opposition? Algeria still going to be trying to keep as much of a position and much of an angle and a presence over on towards this western side. Up comes Tunisia rushing on forward, but they get absolutely obliterated as they rush into the blaze. Down they go, 2 players. getting brought up as an offering, but unfortunately that is not going to suffice. They need to do a lot more, but I think still a valiant effort, a good attempt from Tunisia. It was quite costly though.
Yeah, very, very costly. Looks like they pay the price immediately as well. Things are not looking too shabby for Algeria right now. 7 eliminations to the good, and it's looking very, very ideal for them if they can put some more numbers on the board. El Chapo and the rest of his team do have the play zone in their favor, and unfortunately for Algeria, we're going to have to think about this one. If they can make their way through, that play zone is going to be a little bit defective as we are heading into phase 6. You do not want to get caught out the blue at all at any point at this stage going forwards. So eyes on the prize regardless, but most of the teams here already looking for that final position that they will call theirs in the zone so far. Looks like Ramsey, also his position has been compromised. El Chapo has him in his sightlines, waiting for him to make that little move to close this down. And you can see Senegal also on the other side. Nasty Boy has the lighthouse to his advantage, probably feeding the rest of his teammates all the intel they need to make their next advance towards this eastern side. But now Madagascar also with a sight line over to that position as well, trying to close down on Nasty Boy to make sure that he doesn't give away all of that position. But Ramsey will be tanking the blue zone. Doesn't look like he will be surviving for much longer.
Oh, yeah, enjoying the blue juice a little bit too much. That is not going to be a good thing. Speaking about good things, though, we are going to be looking over to Madagascar and Morocco, finding themselves in a bit of a hot and heated position on the edge of this eastern side. But again, Madagascar just riding the ridge, not going to be looking to disperse themselves too widely. Tunisia, though, will not be able to continue with the fight as they will get stopped right then and there. Morocco, it's looking pretty challenging here, right? El Chapo just so zoned in, so focused on applying themselves towards that western front. The rest of the crew now trying to bring them back into full swing here. Ghana keeping it nice and quiet. Devil getting found as Algeria and Morocco continue to light up that feed. But now comes the rotation starting to make their way a little bit further afield. The blue is getting ready to pop and will be entering stage number 6. And this will be even more pressure on the squad as it does move us ever so slightly into the center. So the teams now going from somewhere to not really anywhere, as there's not a lot of compounds or any major cover to use at this point. You can see now Nerd feeling the heat here as Lazy Boy looks to light it up. This time around, not going to be running away with the eliminations so far. Only having one. El Chapo, absolutely relentless. El Chapo's got to move though. I mean, there's nobody really left to focus on this far western side. We do have a few cement blocks and things in the way, and Algeria still have to clear their own way back into the zone.
Yeah, Algeria have a lot of work to do though, because the play zone has shifted away from them towards that eastern side, giving, I believe, a couple of teams like Morocco a little bit of an advantage. They do have 3 players. Algeria do have the numbers advantage over the rest of the teams in the lobby. Let's not forget Ghana and Madagascar still very much in the mix. Senegal still have 1 player also in the mix. There's a lot of bodies in the cut right there trying to hold this down. El Chapo spraying left, right, and center. He has been very relentless, like you said earlier. And now the relentlessness has started to pay off. He gets the first drop. Carry Boy will carry the elimination on his back and add it to their tally. They're up to 7 now. Lazy Boy on the other side, applying more and more pressure. More sprays from player 1. Carry Boy gets knocked away. There's trouble now. Can El Chapo pull in for that close-up finish? Doesn't look like it's going to be the case here. And now, can Algeria capitalize on this? I believe that would be the right call, and it looks like they do want to. But Roses has to be careful. Might be getting knocked away. Grenade over to the top side from Lazy Boy, and he might be able to close this one down. Nerdo over to the top side again. Another grenade. They're trading it off, but whose grenade is going to be more deadly? And it looks like it might be El Chapo this time. He's unfortunate. He gets knocked away by Roses as well. There's 2 bodies in the open, and that's 2 of them from Morocco going down. Grenade after grenade. Roses is the one to make it happen, and he cracks on them one after the other, and that will be the end of the road for those 2 players. Morocco somehow now down to 1, and the tables have turned. DK, Algeria now have 3.
Well, Algeria decided to come into this match to try and shake a few tables. Along the way, we do say goodbye to Senegal. But as we know, coming into the match, Algeria and Morocco were side by side on the overall standings. Only 6 points separating them. Algeria trying to play the catch-up game here. Currently, just leading by 2 points with regards to the eliminations. But we are in placement point territory. So if Algeria wants to get that jump ahead of Morocco, they're going to have to see Morocco getting taken out first and then make it past that point. Now it's going to be Somalia feeling the heat as the pressure is on. 5 squads left, and it's quite a bit of a spread across the zone as everybody is going to be vying for their place in at the top of the board here. Klaus becoming one with nature, hiding behind the tree. Let's see if 10x can find the sprays. Beautiful headshot being made right there. Algeria now looking to engage their menacing mode here as they're riding up towards the northern side. The zone is going to be pulling right into the middle of all these squads. You can call it limbo if you want. This is going to be such a tough position to play through. Ooh. Beautiful trade there from 10x as they find the hit. They make the necessary connections. Now it's going to be the pressure on the side of Somalia to see if they can find some kind of response. Not quite sure if Beast is going to try and do anything with regards to that knock. Nope, they can't even if they tried, as Beast is also down, and that is Somalia left with Jacob. Jacob, the only one that could maybe keep the torch burning now for the side of Somalia here.
Yeah, Somalia they have been really trying their best. They're giving it everything they've got, but unfortunately it's not been enough. It looks like Algeria looking to run away with this. 12 eliminations, 3 players up. Everything looks to start to fall into place for them. As Jacob is, like you said, the last one, keeping the flame for Somalia. A couple of eliminations to add to that, though. I believe they've got 4. Jacob did not secure any of those eliminations, though. Madagascar on the other cut as well, down to 1. Lazy Boy finally discovered, and that will be the end of Morocco. Couple of placement points to add to the eliminations that they did find. It's not the worst thing in the world, but there's more to come. Let's not forget, Ghana is still in the mix here. Somehow, Ghana continue to rotate their way into the final third. Jacob finally gets his first elimination, and it is at the detriment of Madagascar. They go out in 4th. 13 eliminations now for the Algerians that now make that 14, and it's all left to Ghana once again. Ghana in the top 2. Pim has been spotted. A couple more sprays over to the top side. Roses peeks out, almost getting dropped off. He does get dropped off by Devil. Big spray again over to the top side. Again, 10x has to be careful now. 2 of his teammates have been knocked away. Surely Ghana can capitalize on this. If they do not, it will hurt them in the future. 10x is going for that pickup. If he makes the pick through, this could be the defining moment for them. Player 1 is going to be the first one to get picked up. Rose is too far out for him to even think about it. But Ghana, can they capitalize on this? Doesn't look like they want to move, GK. Looks like they want to hold this position. The play zone has shifted a couple of meters just in front, and they will allow the Algerians to get their numbers back up. But this could be a bad decision for Ghana right now, as Devil does manage to get the flush on Roses. It's a 2 versus 2. It's anybody's game in the final third, but whose game will it be?
Looking at the pacing that Algeria has been bringing through so far in this game, it looks like they could have favor swinging towards them, but that doesn't mean that you can discount anything that we've seen come through from Ghana in this game so far. Quite a bit of a presence being made by them. 4 eliminations up. The 2 main contributors are the ones that are currently still left in this game. But you don't want to be too jumpy here right now. 10x finds a bit of an angle, bit of an opportunity. Ghana very grouped up right there behind that little shack. And this is now Algeria looking to just hone in, get a little bit more of a precise angle towards them as the repositioning is going to come through. 10x could be the one to distract them, while player 1 looks to reposition. Devil and Firm now looking to make their move as they get in the vehicles. Oh, not quite sure where you're going over there. Out in the open. Not a good spot, Devil. I hope you can survive. Can you dive? No, you can't. The sprays are in, and it's 1 player. Boom! Gets taken on down. That is going to be Algeria getting yet another victory. Their third. Wouldn't want a chicken dinner to join Morocco. The only 2 squads with 3 victories throughout these past 2 days. An absolutely phenomenal showing coming in from the Algerian side.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Once again, Algeria stepping up to the plate and showing who's boss. Incredible stuff regardless. They turned it around. I mean, I thought Ghana had the upper hand at some point. It was a 2 versus 1. And like I said, it was going to hurt them if they didn't capitalize, if they didn't press the advantage at that moment. But they didn't, and it hurt them in the end. They didn't get that chicken dinner. There was a big opportunity for them to make it happen, but unfortunately, that was not the case.
Well, I mean, you got to give it up to Algeria. Really quick reactions approaching that final bit of the game. And of course, just capitalizing on so much carnage, right? Finding so many eliminations. An absolute phenomenal showing that we've seen from them. But you got to give a lot of credit going over to the side there of Ghana. Ghana doing absolutely amazing things. And that now brings us to our next map rotation, right? Next up, we are going to be heading over into the dusty dunes of Miramar to see where that will take us. But before we go anywhere, let's take a look at a few of the amazing highlights from this past game, because there was so much that had happened, so many things that occurred. And I mean, like South Africa, they started off, they were quite aggressive, but they got taken out quite early on. And from there, everything just kept kind of compounding on itself. It was Senegal also to start us off with a nice showing all the way down on that far southern side. It was Nigeria alongside them, but this is where the big upset came, right? Ghana turning the tables and shaking it almost out the window.
Yeah, it was something special. It was something special. I really thought, South Africa had it in the bag, but that final push, that final third, that angle, that position that they got, they continued to hold on. Ghana didn't relent, and that was just the final hit there from playing with the DBS. He clutched it perfectly and he got the job done. But let's not forget, Egypt also getting absolutely pummeled here by Somalia. They did not stop. They continued to apply the pressure. You can see Klaus here swapping seats, switching to the AUG, getting the drop on him. I mean, it was incredible stuff. But again, Nasser didn't take that one lying down. He turned it around as well. Marshall holding that position for the guys from Morocco. But let's not forget, Mauritius crumbling under the pressure as well. There was a lot to look out for in these games.
Well, a lot of great gun skill being shown in this match. You got to give it up to El Chapo. Absolutely relentless. Not necessarily converting a lot of eliminations, but definitely causing quite a bit of damage. And it'll be interesting to see once we get a breakdown later on just what came through from the side of Algeria that got them up into that winner chicken dinner. Roses also really quick on the trigger here. Somalia, they tried their best, but that widespread coming into the later stage of the game, unfortunately, didn't work out all too well for them. Madagascar tried. Everybody tried. And I think the big turning point for Ghana was them staying behind that shack, right? Not getting out of that position and moving forward like what we saw Algeria doing. So that was, in my opinion, the turning point as to the success coming through from the side of Ghana. But still, a very, very exciting match nonetheless.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Very exciting match regardless. I think it was a little bit more towards, Mauritius. I really expected a lot from them. I think they crumbled under the pressure, when Logic tossed that grenade and knocked his teammate. That was just very unfortunate, because I'm pretty sure they were looking to seize that position away and take it for themselves. And I think they would have gone a little bit farther if they had taken that position.
Well, it is what it is. And of course, well, we are going to be hopping into our next two maps, the final two maps, and of course, the last one to play, which is going to be Miramar. So while we get that ready and prepped, we are going to be taking a quick break. So stay tuned, and we'll be back right after. the last stretch, the final 2 matches to have it all be decided, to see who's going to be sitting smiling and who's going to be sitting there, well, feeling otherwise, right? But it is what it is, right? A few teams, a few countries have really risen to the occasion. Ghana, they've been super relentless in this last match, as we've seen. Unfortunately, not quite being able to convert that into the victory that they were after. But Algeria, though, absolute menaces here. 16 eliminations. And player 1 coming through with 944 damage alongside their 5 eliminations and the 7 assists.
Big game from Algeria yet again. Player 1 is the one to look out for. He is literally the one. But it's been an interesting turn of events in this Erangel game, though, match number 9, because 10x and all those x's working in combination with roses and player 1 to give us 16 eliminations. That is a big game. We didn't actually talk about the fact that Algeria were actually farming. They got a lot of eliminations, and that tells you exactly how dangerous this team is. They have been very, very incredible within these last couple of stretches of Erangel. I don't know if it carries in to Miramar. That's what we're looking out for, but it is easily very, very impressive, the numbers they have been able to wrestle together within these past 3 Erangel games. It has been absolutely incredible. Nothing short of top tier performance. And can they do more of the same?
Yep, that's going to be the big question. But before we get there, we are going to be looking at a little bit of a breakdown of everything that happened in this past game here. As you can see, a little bit more of the throwables getting used this time around. We are up to 130 utilities getting deployed here, and a lot of that coming through in these later stages of the game. But yeah, not as much survival time, right? So there was a lot of chaos and carnage. We did see 14 hours of survival time after the previous match. This time around, we are on 13 and a half. So a considerable drop in that overall time. The eliminations and knocks still looking pretty consistent. 2 more knocks actually coming through this time around, where we had 50 for the previous 2 games. So yeah, Erangel definitely proving to be quite a match. And the driving distance makes a whole lot of sense, looking at where that flight path was and how far the teams needed to try and relocate themselves. It's almost 100,000 more than what we had in our previous game, all the way back in game number 9. But the stats are the stats, and that is what we have to work with here. But I think the big thing to look at is, of course, that breakdown of what our top performing team did, right? How their players performed, which you've already seen a little bit of here. But we need to see how all of that then kind of translates into these points, right? Because 26 points, that goes a very long way ahead of 11 and 10 points.
Yeah, I mean, tells you all you need to know. Our first stretch, 26 points to the good for Algeria. Again, giving them a major boost over Morocco this time around. But it's just like you're trading one master for another. Morocco finishing in second place with 11 points to the good. Ghana finally getting 10 points. Again, a couple of eliminations to the good. They did finish second place this time, but now the eliminations make it better. Now they have 10 points, as opposed to the 7 they got in the previous game. Somalia also with 10. I guess, right? Is that right?
Yeah,
I guess. But again, okay, yeah, placement is 3rd. Okay, I see how it looks. But Madagascar with a big number regardless. 9 points to the good. Senegal with 8. South Africa with 6. South Africa had a major opportunity to hopscotch in this particular game, but you gotta love the performance regardless. Benin over to the top side. But take a look at the rest of these teams. Mauritius, Egypt, Niger. Again, in this game, DK, they struggled. They absolutely struggled yet again. Do you think this will affect their Miramar?
Yeah, it might. I mean, it does. That little bit of a struggling that we saw coming through from those teams on the second page, it's actually good for the teams up towards the top of the overall standings. And of course, here are 2 of those, Morocco and Algeria. where we've seen them previously, with Algeria walking away with double the eliminations that Morocco was able to secure in this last game. Aside from that, everything looks pretty much balanced, right? But where the big upset comes in is right over here, because Mauritius scored only 1 point. South Africa was able to catch up because they were trailing by 6, right? And those 6 points was enough to make the move up into 4th position. But now comes the big challenge, because will South Africa be able to move beyond that, right? They are again now the only team in the top 5 that does not have a winner chicken dinner. And as we can see, that gap is currently sitting on 32 points. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on South Africa if they want to try and play for that 3rd place finish, right? There's 2 games. So if all goes well, we could maybe see that happening. But as we take a look at the rest of the board here, Ghana, Somalia, Senegal, Nigeria, and Benin still in exactly the same position, right? The points might have changed, but not enough to change the order. Madagascar, though, they've climbed all the way up into 11th place and also stepping through with their 25 points, which is interesting because last year, Morocco were an absolute, Madagascar rather, they were an absolute force to be reckoned with, right? They finished in 4th place and they brought in quite a bit of representation. So I'm not quite sure what happened to Madagascar here, but we'd love to see them bring it moving into this last bit. And of course, not far behind them is going to be Niger and Tunisia, closing it up with 24 and 23 points ahead of Djibouti's 13 points.
Yeah, I mean, it's next level stuff regardless, but Niger definitely slipping and sliding all the way back into 12th place. Unfortunate scenes for them, but it's not the worst thing in the world. Now we have Miramar, brand new strategy, brand new type of something new to apply into your game to see what you're gonna come out with. You know, the playing path from the south all the way down all the way to the northeastern side. We've got a little bit of Los Leones in there, La Bendita, Minas Generales. We've got the truck stop. We've got El Azahar. We've got, you know, Impala, Puerto Paricio, Partona. All of these places and all of these teams, do they love to play in those areas? We're going to see for ourselves. I don't think we're going to see any hot drops here, but let me not jinx it, because you know I did say that the last time and it did happen again. But I'm not trying to be that guy, so nobody should start flaming me in the chat. But regardless, it's a good zone. It's a good playing path. I don't know if we're gonna have a good zone. We're probably gonna see the zone in El Pozo now, and everybody's gonna start ripping off the hair from their scalps, because I'm pretty sure that nobody wants to see that inside of this game, especially it being the first time we're playing Miramar today.
Ooh, look at that zone though, taking us right up to Chumacera. So this is going to be Djibouti. Choosing not to drop in on anybody this time around, so a good change on their end. However, it is going to be Somalia and Senegal all the way here in Los Leones, kicking us off with a bit of a party, looking to see who's going to be bringing in the heat. We did see a potential hot drop up to that northern side as well, but that is yet to be discovered. For the time being, Hulk and the rest of the crew here from Somalia are going to be keeping it nice and steady. Senegal already sitting with 2 eliminations up. A very unfortunate start here for the side of Somalia, as Klaus and Hulk are very separated. And from what we can see so far is they don't really have all too much to try and kind of defend their current positioning.
Yeah, you're right. They do not have a lot. And this position that they've got themselves in, it's going to cost them a lot, though, to circle back if they do, you know, decide to rein in on that position. But as you can see right now, Benin have a lot of work on their hands. Nigeria in the mix. Cosmos probably with a nice angle here, but all he has on him is a Winchester. That's not the weapon of choice if you're trying to do any sort of damage. But regardless, 11 has to be careful, though. Probably going to get spotted, as he has been moving around, so no element of surprise for him. The rest of the team from Benin also have most of these spaces covered. Senegal have secured themselves 2 eliminations at the expense of Somalia. We saw that earlier on, and I was not expecting any hard drops as big as this map is. 2 teams still somehow found their way to each other, so that tells you all you need to know. It doesn't stop there. But now Benin have their hands full, and you can see Violence is already in the church saying a prayer for the Nigerians, because he knows he might have to send some bullets their way any moment from now. Payne on the other side, not moving a muscle, trying to still hold on to that element of surprise. But I'm pretty sure Benin have the upper hand here. It's only a matter of if they can capitalize.
Well, let's see who will get it bagged and tagged and ready to go. Kira, keeping it quiet there. Not going to be moving too much. Up comes the pressure onto Payne. The 1 is in. The 2 is in. Benin popping off like it's Christmas. As you can see, 2 players already getting traded away. Payne trying to conserve a little bit of the ammunition here. Going in for a quick finisher. There we go. Benin getting the job done. I mean, violence, right? Keeping true to their name, choosing violence to close it off. But no, it is going to be Nigeria left with 2. It's going to be that guy and 11. Now let's see if they can go for gold. Nigeria just going to be trying to find every angle they can spare. But Benin playing a pretty good angle. Cosmos, yeah, getting a little bit, I think, too brave, right? A little bit too cheeky, going in with a knife. That's not really the way you do it.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a lot there. If you're trying to use a knife to, eliminate 2 players, it's going to cost you a little bit more than you would like. Payne on the other side trying to get away through there. Violence sending a couple more shots through to make it through. Kira jumps into the left-hand side, tries to pack it in with a UMP. Can't seem to find the angle, but Violence gets the drop on him into that other corner. Kira trying to circle his way through. That guy goes down. It's all left to 11 now. Still very possible for 11 to close this out. Tries to peek into the corner. A couple more shots through to close this down, but that will not be the case. Payne will make him feel the pain. Back into the lobby they will go. Nigeria eliminated. They did manage 1 elimination as they escorted out of the lobby by Benin. That pretty much sums up their games for today. They did perform better than they did yesterday, but unfortunately, it has just not been good enough to get them to that chicken dinner.
Yeah, they risked it, but got not enough of those biscuits. Now it's going to be Djibouti having to face off against Egypt as they look to move in on the high ground. Djibouti thought they had it locked down. Now they're going to get tested to see if they can continue to do so. And we might be in for another NASA on NASA's showdown. Oh, here we go. Beautiful flanking coming in from Egypt. As Jabba gets ripped up, NASA finds NASA, and down they go. The send is in, and there we have it. A quick old cleanup. Egypt, 2 eliminations to their name. The rest of Djibouti have just moved elsewhere. I think that's really a good call, right? Not necessarily looking to just stay there. But Egypt, they've got a new position to call home for the time being. Djibouti, of course, spread out, as you can see there, towards Minas Del Valle. So it's going to be a tough play from here moving forward.
Yeah. I mean, that northern side, though, I'm not sure what the idea is, for Benin. They are still very much deep in the blue, but I think they do have some time to make their rotations over to that from that northern side of the zone, like Monte Nuevo or Power Grid or Picado. You can see Mauritius also with a similar game plan. Remember, the points are pretty steep. 30 plus points need to be recovered from this game. South Africa, if they do not turn this around, or Mauritius, if neither of them convert any points in this game, they might be kissing that top position bye, but it's too early to call it. Would have been ideal for them to start on the front foot, but it's not over just yet. Tunisia, on the other hand, still yet to find their form after all of these games. We are in match number 11. And after this, we'll have the last game of the night. Again, more pressure being sent their way, but there's still a lot of ground to cover for Tunisia. The play zone also on the move here, squeezing and squeezing all of these players into that central position just out towards the southwest. As you can see, Algeria also deep in the south, making their own rotations just towards that position. Probably going to run into Senegal sooner rather than later. The play zone is going to define that rotation. Mauritius sitting just up north of Los Leones, and Niger probably going to have some say about that one. But South Africa trading off again. Reverb getting knocked away. There's a chance he might be getting picked up. The rest of his teammates are pretty much in the vicinity, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Clever does have a sight line onto that, and Reverb unfortunately will be swept away.
I mean, there's one thing when it comes to taking engagements, but there's another one where you got to do it when you have the angles covered, right? So, good play from Tunisia, punishing Reverb for stepping out of line a little bit on that one. But now this is going to be a tough one for South Africa, right? Because they are essentially competing against Mauritius for that run to try and get themselves up and towards the top 3, right? But also, we got to watch out to see what Morocco is going to be doing, because Morocco will be the decider, right? They are the gatekeepers, and they will know who will be and who won't be allowed in to take their position. Tunisia, though, going to keep it going as they continue to move further and further afield. They are, however, losing a few players along the way as they've been brought down to a duo. South Africa now still needs to prioritize rotation. Spending too much time out in the stage 2 blue is going to become quite devastating and quite detrimental to their health bars. But they seem to have vengeance in mind as they now identified Tunisia's position just ahead of them. T'Challa looking to put a little bit of distance in between here. Clever also still going to be coming through with that rotation. But this is where I think South Africa really need to get their eyes back on the ball, right? They're going to have to try and play for zone because they still have a very, very long way to go.
Yeah. Elimination. They did lose Reverb. That will not stop them. On that zone as he has shrunk even further. He's got Monte Nuevo a little bit more in the mix there. A little bit more central, if you ask me. Ghana also making their own rotation. Somehow they always find a way. They always find a place where there are no enemies. You got to respect Ghana's strategy. Somehow they always rotate their way right. They always avoid enemies. They always avoid fights. They always make the right rotation. Senegal on the other side here trying to circle this one back. Djibouti also in a sideline position. Probably going to be covering this entire area sooner rather than later because you've got, Morocco setting up in that central position and Djibouti here setting up, trying to not raise too much of an alert. They do not want to be spotted by Senegal. They do have only 2 players left and Senegal have secured 4 eliminations. So you know that these guys have their guns blazing. Xenos hops straight into his Mirado and out of there. One time, nobody's going to warn him as he repositions with the rest of his team. It's a big move. It's a big spread, and potentially it could lead to something for them going down the line.
Well, we'll find out exactly what that is very soon as the zone is going to get ready to pop, taking us all the way into zone number 3 as it just kind of centers up. So this is what I think is a nice part of Miramar is only that first zone is the aggressive one. From there, it kind of calms down a little bit more as we get further and further into it. Now, Mauritius. Ooh, they spotted out a potential play here against the side of Niger. There we go. Moles is down. So Niger now left with a solo just here on the side, if I'm not mistaken. Well, at least the presence of Wick is a solo. The rest of the crew all the way up towards that northern side. So Wick, you're going to hope to get yourself out of this situation because it could be quite dire. That's going to be Young up on the hill. The shots getting sent in that direction. Fortunately, not connecting up all too much just yet. But will Wick be able to be quick enough to get themselves back and bring in that reinforcement that Niger now needs?
That's a valid question right now because Niger very caught out in that open space. Mauritius probably going to capitalize on this one because they do have a lot of points to chase after. They have secured a couple. Logic already on the right-hand side trying to close this down. And he has been spotted. Moles will go down finally. Wick over to that high ground position. He has been spotted. A couple of shots with a mini thrown in his direction. Hopefully trying to spot him out, but that's not going to be the case. They will try again though. And frags will continue to chase and they will get another one. Exist will crack down. 3rd elimination now for Mauritius, and they are starting to creep up slowly but surely. So many opportunities have passed them by in the past couple of maps, but I'm pretty sure they will not allow for that this time around. And now they are starting to capitalize on all of these open spaces.
Let's see how much capitalization they will be as we see Mauritius now trying to find that next way in. Benin is going to be right there alongside them. So there is an opportunity for Mauritius to gatekeep the advances of Benin. But Benin, they've also been putting in quite a bit of work here already. 4 eliminations up. Now it's going to be Ghana and Senegal spotting each other towards that southern side. South Africa also on the approach, sneaking in from that edge play. But there is a knock, so things are looking quite challenging. The blue zone also going to start to ramp up the damage as we'll hit that stage 4 in the next 30 seconds or so. Senegal trying to be the defenders, trying to lock it down. A nice little bit of a controlling angle that they've got here. Ghana being forced to make their play happen as they do take the approach. Senegal finding angle after angle after angle. Devil is down. Now it's going to be up to Pim. Right here on the front line. Sneaks is going to get taken on down. We've got knockers on that far edge for the side of Ghana. Looking for the approach, the entry, the angle to take. South Africa just a little bit further ahead of that. So the opportunities continuing to roll on forward here, but the numbers are starting to dwindle down to 12 teams with 36 players. Lengs finds the play onto knockers. Up on the north, Mauritius, Benin, finding themselves in still a bit of a stand down. It is Senegal also continuing to contribute, as we can see that feed lighting up yet again. Benin playing it a little bit more cautious here.
Yeah, super cautious if you ask me. There's been a lot of ground to cover so far, but it looks like Senegal want to close this down, but it looks like Ghana want no parts of this. They're trying to get out of dodge, but it looks like that will be the case for them. They managed to escape just at the right time, and Senegal probably punching the air right now. They couldn't add to the tally of eliminations, but it's not the worst thing in the world. They do have 5 so far. We're going to add some more down the line. Yeah, you have the numbers. All they have to do is stay alive until final third. Ghana, on the other hand, taking so much damage, but they do manage to get themselves into a little bit of a compound to defend with. But South Africa probably going to crash that party anytime soon to add some more eliminations down the line for themselves. Remember, they are chasing points, major points. They cannot afford to lose any points to the opposition inside of all of these commotion that's going on. Probably going to want a piece of this as they advance, as they are making their rotation towards the western side. They're circling back in, almost getting caught out. But it doesn't look like that's going to be where they will call home for the most part. Algeria now setting their sights onto Tunisia as well. Keish gets the first drop onto the guys from Benin. That's the other angle, another team that is also chasing points. They've managed to secure 3. Can they add more to the tally? There's a lot less teams, but there's a lot more ground to be covered, DK.
Yeah, and let's see who will be doing exactly that. Well, at least for the immediate moment, it is going to be Senegal looking to play it forward here, as we do have champion from Djibouti still patiently waiting just inside the compound, hoping to play a bit of a surprise angle. Carry Boy finding Yuji Boy as the shots fly across the way. It's now going to be Benin feeling the pressure. Niger are going to be the next one out of here as their solo has been found. Djibouti still holding nice and steady on that far edge as well. Meanwhile, Algeria now looking to tighten it up. Benin ahead of them. A beautiful nade will end the run right then and there. Out they go. 4 eliminations up. We are getting closer to heading into placement point territory. Looking at the spread of where the countries find themselves, South Africa have opted for Central Zone. And I think actually that's a decent call, because a lot of the other teams situated on the edge of zone are quite distracted by each other. Now we can see Mauritius and Algeria up on towards that northeastern side, getting into the altercation, having a bit of an exchange, a bit of a back and forth. Ghana also lighting up Egypt. Senegal keeping the pressure tight as they now look to send it on forward. Yuji Boy coming through with a bit of that overwatch as the reinforcements are there. Yep, Djibouti champion now about to get found, getting chased and rushed, and one more hit. That could be it to spell the end for the run of Djibouti. All right, well, here we go. Egypt now looking to pick up a little bit of the basing. Still playing a very, very edge angle here. things have quieted down up towards the north with Algeria and Mauritius. Not seeing as many engagements as we were expecting to have come through. Now Senegal taking their approach as they play a little bit of bumper cars. Not quite sure what Rise is trying to get up to. But this is Senegal with that repositioning. They've done what they could down towards the edge. South Africa playing from center zone. We can see T'Challa just towards that northeastern side. Taking occupancy of the compounds alongside them here. Waiting for the angles to play out. Is there anything that's going to happen? Not quite sure, but Senegal no looking to step it up. It is going to be Morocco finding a quick little bit of a trade. Up comes El Chapo just on the side. Let's Rise and the rest of Senegal keeping it nice and steady. Boy finds the play. Quick rotate and off-angle position. Locks it in. Morocco now down to a three-piece. Fortunately for Morocco, not the entire squad was on that front line, but up comes the reinforcements. The cavalry are rolling in. It's Fools 2 players send onto Boy. The shotgun coming in clutch here. S12K doing the business. Oh, Morocco down to a solo now as the full send has been absolutely taken apart.
Oh, crazy play from Senegal. They turned it around and they utilized that angle perfectly. Madagascar, on the other hand, trying to close this out. They've turned this into a little bit of a three-way third party if they can hold it on. On the other side, Egypt also trying to deal with South Africa. Like this, been knocked away though. He's trying to hold it in, but the door has been cracked open by Rod again, and Lynx is just by the side trying to apply some more pressure and send the guys from Egypt all the way back, but it looks like that's not going to be the case. But let's not forget, Ghana's in the background, and we know how much they love to play spoiler. There's a big chance that they might be able to do that inside of this final third. There's still 9 teams in the mix, 23 players alive. It could be anybody's game. Senegal have turned up in the final third, and we've seen this time and time again.
Well, South Africa now being able to pick themselves up onto that central part. Egypt backing off, at least for the time being, as we await this next gun shift. It's the 20 seconds or so, but Egypt now spotting out Senegal off in the distance there. No, that's Ghana rotating up right alongside them. As Ghana is trying to find that entry point, they've got the 2 players, Devil and Pim, as they make the roll. Finding a little bit of a safe haven, at least for the time being. You were saying that Ghana could look to play upset, but now, how will they look to pace through this one? As Egypt is going to be sharing the position here with them, they will have to start moving forward. There's not a lot of coverage really to try and play on moving here. Devil, though, has a little bit of an angle to try and kind of set up camp.
Yeah, seen so far, you can see most of the teams are struggling to make their way through a little bit more central. A couple more teams have found their way inside though. Senegal trying to set back up. Don't forget the last for Morocco. Carry Boy is still very much in the mix here, trying to apply some more pressure all the way forward. South Africa cut down to just a 2-man. Also trying their best to make something happen from here like this, and Lynx all working together hand in hand to make something happen to reduce the deficit, as they are playing as a 2-man. But Senegal having the time of their lives in this Miramar, enjoying everything. And Madagascar, on the other hand, not so much. They have been losing out for the most part of the tournament, but it's not over for them just yet. Egypt, the best we've seen from them, 2 eliminations. I'm starting to think that Egypt do not necessarily like Miramar, right? I'm starting to feel that way, that Miramar is not necessarily the strong suit, but it looks like this game they want to play slow and steady. They want to get more eliminations. They want to stack up points over to the top side. Devil peeks up again. A couple more shots over the top by Boy. The grenade in hand now. Surely if he lands this one, it will be the last time Boy will be getting Devil picked up. But oh, they've traded off. That's a grenade for a grenade, a sun for a sun, and now they have to try this one out. Hopefully, Devil can get picked up, but unfortunately, they are in a split, and it's going to be very difficult. Very difficult, but it looks like Pim will hop into the vehicle and go for the pickup for Devil. Another grenade would be ideal right now for Boy to finally close the doors on Ghana's annoyance.
Well, is that going to be the play here? Boy definitely trying to make that happen. The nade is out. Oh, and the answer is yes with that. It is going to be the end of the road for Ghana. Now it's going to be Algeria trying to rush on forward, finding themselves trying to get a few exchanges here with Mauritius. Mauritius, they trying to get as many points here as they can, as they are still chasing on the leaderboard. But with that, they do meet their end. It is the end of the road now. Mauritius out in that 7th position. So the opportunity is there for South Africa to try and close that gap over towards Morocco. But Morocco still has a player in this game. It's going to be Gary Boy up towards the north. You can see that yellow-colored name on the mini-map. Now the spray is heading over in the direction of Senegal. A good response coming through from Senegal back onto Egypt. As both squads are trying to solidify some kind of territory, but the zone is yet to be revealed as we'll head into stage number 7. It takes us back into the center, and this will keep on applying more and more pressure to the teams already situated there. And of course, there's only one squad in zone. It is South Africa. So the heat is on. Egypt on the wing. Algeria starting to push forward. And of course, all the teams on the outskirts, on the edges of that zone are going to be looking to focus their efforts inwards now.
And that is the right call. Focusing your energy inwards again. South Africa, the only team in the zone. But right now, they have been joined by Algeria. Egypt playing it slow and steady. They know that they have to make sure that they have no resistance when they do decide to make it into that zone. But let's not forget Algeria in a 2-2 split, gathering more intel, trying to make sure that there's no teams that will surprise them. That would be the wiser call. Senegal have added a couple more eliminations down to their belt. They're up to 12 now. A nasty boy is going to be the last one left, as his teammate did get spotted out, but Carry Boy continues to apply pressure. Absol gets knocked away there, and that's an unfortunate turnout for him. Now they're going to be trading off a Sting for a frag grenade. Carry Boy swaps immediately to the S12K to close that out, but player one continues to mount more pressure again. Now South Africa have turned their tides onto the guys from Egypt. Molotov just inside again, but immediately like this turns around again to avoid the commotion that was brewing in his general direction. But that would be an opportunity for Egypt to occupy this position, as they are now driving South Africa all the way back. Grenade is in hand right now from Rod over to the top side, doesn't connect. He tries again. Left hand side looking absolutely bewildering as the bullets and the utilities fly from edge to edge. The play zone closing out. We're now in zone 7. You can see what the Egyptians are trying to do, trying to get the high ground position inside of these deep pockets of space. Nasty Boy now waiting for Carry Boy to expose himself to shut down Morocco once and for all. Senegal trying to hold the lines. 12 elimination, but this time it's Roses that takes it upon himself to eliminate Morocco once again. And now we're down to 4. 9 players alive. Hunt and the rest of the guys from Algeria are hunting every single player and every single fun. Again, Egypt getting held by the neck by the South Africans. They're not letting it go. They're reducing their numbers. We're down to 8 now. And Nasty Boy, so nasty, but Rose's grenade over to the top will close it down. And now we are down to 3 DK. One by one, they're starting to fall.
All the pressure is on Algeria, looking absolutely phenomenal though. 12 eliminations, 4 players still left in this game. South Africa about to be a solo here as Lynx gets bled out. Now it's going to be up to MLK to hold it nice and steady. Egypt coming through with a solo. The odds not necessarily looking all too favorable now for the South African side. Algeria, though, they don't have a worry in the world. 62% chance for them to get that victory. Up comes the send here from player one. Algeria try and explore the region. They know that there's only 2 players standing between them and that winner chicken dinner. This could potentially be the 4th victory if Algeria can secure it. And that will definitely help them in closing the gap, but not quite sure if they'll be able to catch up to that pole position play though. This is the heat, right? This is the angle. 2 top squads on the overall standings now. Almost getting ready to look at each other. MLK, though, just like becoming one with the terrain, right? Turning into a rock, not going to be making a single sound. Like, just let me stand here. I promise I won't do too much aside from try to put a bit of damage into a lot of X's. I mean, a really good spray down that we saw there. South Africa is still going to be capitalizing on those placement points, getting the award for third. And now, Algeria looking to focus all their efforts in. They want to get this winner chicken dinner and take Egypt out of the wing here. But up comes the send. The play is there. The shots are coming. Egypt not going to be backing down. One jump shot gets a quick drop. But is that going to be enough? The answer is no, as Egypt locks it in to second place. Algeria walking away victorious, getting the 4th winner chicken dinner in just these past 2 days for themselves.
Big game for Algeria yet again. That's a back-to-back chicken dinner, and it's one for the books. They're showing that they are not to be trifled with. What a performance coming through from Algeria. I mean, take a look. Oh, you gotta respect. Big shout out to production for giving us the matrix there. You can see them reversing and rewinding there. That was a beautiful shot. Managed to get the final drop, but unfortunately, he was just overwhelmed. It would have been something special if he did see it through, but big up performance regardless from Algeria. Incredible numbers. I think they did have 16 eliminations in the previous game, right? And now in this game, I think they've done similar numbers. I mean, you gotta respect it. 15 eliminations, chicken dinner. I think they're trying to chase that pole position, but of course, whenever they try, Egypt is always there to add numbers up until what they've already got.
I mean, Egypt, they've just been doing so much hard work, right? It's going to be really difficult to fault anything coming in on that side, but we are going to get ready for a breakdown after this match. Before we do that, we are going to be hopping into a quick break, so be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you back in a short few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. We're getting ready to move into the final match that decided to see who will be moving to which parts and where. I mean, some vague questions, I know, but hey, we'll find out soon exactly what the teams have in store for us. Of course, a big congratulations going out to the side of Algeria, picking up yet another winner chicken dinner, their 4th victory so far. This time around, coming in with 15 eliminations alongside the 10 points for placement.
15 eliminations and a chicken dinner. Previously, they did a 16, and a chicken dinner tells you all you need to know. This team was absolutely incredible. Once again, the usual suspects, player 1, 10x Roses, all putting in that work. 5 eliminations apiece, but, you know, player 1 was the man in, and that is what we love to see. All those X's did manage to put a couple of damage points in there, but you know, this is one of those teams that have shown today that, yeah, it doesn't matter the map. It does not matter what map it is. Our strategy cuts across all maps. We know exactly what to do. Basically 8,000 in heals, though more heals than we had in the previous game, and roughly around the same distance covered by most of these teams. Roughly still the same amount, you know, trayables used in the previous game as well. A couple of meters, almost 300 meters in the distance for that longest limb, and we did have 13 minutes on the survival time. Big numbers we've seen from Miramar, pretty similar to what we saw in the Erangel games, though, not gonna lie, but it's still more of the same. 11 total revives, we saw that put up in the mix. A couple more knocks as well, 52 as behind the 53 eliminations, total eliminations we saw in this game. There's more to it, but Miramar has given us a little bit more of the same. Well, now the leaderboard gives you pretty much more. 26 points, 11 for Morocco. I mean, DK, this pretty much looks like the same leaderboard from the last game.
There's a lot of similarity here. You know, it is just looking pretty consistent, but the numbers are stacking up, right? And I'm not quite sure whether or not we are going to be seeing much of a change with regards to the overall standings, because as you've said, right, if the consistency is there, if the teams keep on securing the same points, it is quite tough to beat that. So yeah, big ups to Algeria for another crazy performance. Morocco again locking in double digits alongside Ghana and Somalia. So I like the fact that there's still a little bit of a play at hand here, right? Ghana, as we know, coming into the previous match, they were sat on 66 points, I think that was. So definitely looking to double down and climb as much as they can while there is still an opportunity to do so. But I think the big kicker is going to be where that kind of puts us with regards to what those overall rankings are. And I think based on the fact that we came back to camera as opposed to going to the overall standings, that might be a mystery, right? They might look to keep that a mystery for the time being. I'm not quite sure if Priest is just deeply focused or what is going on, but yeah, that's where we are. That's what the situation is. So we are awaiting to see the performance for this last match and what the teams are going to be bringing in. Will we see somebody maybe climbing to the tippity top other than who we already had there? As we know, Egypt doing what they've done, Algeria again with a very strong finish here, adding those 26 points on top of the 116 that they've already had. It makes it quite tough to play the catch-up game here. But again, Priest, this is where I ask now is, do you think we will see anything happen between the top 3? Is anybody else going to be able to step in there? Because looking at South Africa and the players then coming through for Mauritius, we don't quite know. But of course, to help answer that question, we are going to be looking at the scores again, just to make sure that, you know, it makes the overall analysis and the guesstimations that could be coming through a little bit more accurate. All right, so here we go. It will be up when it's ready. But so, Priest, this is where I ask you, like, what do you think we could be looking at coming into this last game?
I mean, I'm expecting what I usually expect in the final games of any tournament. You know, something random, something very unexpected. Someone is going to take it upon themselves to maybe drop on one of the top teams or something along those lines, something very unpredictable. I tend to see that in the finals. I tend to see that in the final game of any tournament. But this one might be different. But I still want South Africa to get that chicken dinner that they have been denied time and time again. They are the only team in the top 5 without a chicken dinner. Hopefully they will find it in this last game. They did have a good game. Somehow they still found a good game in the last match. Even it was just unfortunate that they lost players relatively very early. I think that's something that could be worked on in this game. And I think if they do manage to get their players up, I think they will be able to find at least that final chicken dinner of the day.
Well, we'll have to wait until we get into the last match to see exactly who will be the one to rise to the occasion. But yeah, we are just making sure that we've got all our I's dotted and the T's crossed to ensure as much accuracy as we can to figure out exactly who placed where and what the overall scores look like. But I can say coming into this match, it was already, a very, very challenging position for the teams. Algeria was already on 116, Morocco was on 107, and as we mentioned before, South Africa and Mauritius, they were trailing by at least 32 points at the minimum, right? So 32 to 33 points was what was needed to even catch up to Morocco's position here. And well, Morocco, they secured 11 points. Algeria got an additional 26 points. Mauritius, they didn't find much really throughout the game numbers 5.
And that's just an unfortunate turn of events for them. Again, it could have been so different from that last game, but it's still part of the same things we talked about. 15 eliminations for Algeria. We saw that they put in an amazing performance regardless, but more of the same. It's still the same thing. And now this is accurate. Rose's 8 eliminations. Yeah, I told you, it looked very similar to the last game. So this is much more accurate. They did have 15 eliminations though, but this is how they got it. It was an amazing performance from them. Now we see that they got a total of 25 points in total. Now Senegal did get 16 to the good. Egypt with 9, Morocco with 6, Mauritius with 5, Benin with 4, Madagascar and Ghana sharing 3 apiece. Now this is much clearer. I think this puts Senegal in a very interesting position though, don't you think?
It does, because they've been bringing in the pressure. They came in with 49 points at the back of match number 10, so this additional 16 points added on top of that could maybe award them all the way up to, I would say, maybe like 6th place, somewhere in that vicinity, but we'll find out once we get to take a look at that exact graphic. But yeah, I mean, it just shows you that it's more and more challenging for the teams to try and play for a good finish with regards to, let's say, that top 5, right? So as I've mentioned, Morocco, they were on 107, leading by 32 points, and South Africa only managing to close that gap by 3, seeing that they got 9 over the 6 from the Moroccan side. So, yeah, it's pretty tough, but that is kind of what we were expecting to see coming into the final stretch. And it's all going to come down to the wire to see if we'll have any changes on that side. Now, looking at the second page here for the match rankings, Tunisia, Djibouti, Nigeria, all picking up a single point along the way. Niger and Somalia, of course, going to be sent back empty-handed. Nothing for this game, aside from a little bit of excitement.
Excitement is right. They had a very, very tricky turnout for themselves. I mean, Somalia did have a very good game in Erangel. I don't know how they couldn't convert, in this game, but different maps, it still applies the same way. But Algeria and Senegal did go band for band. Unfortunately, Algeria just edged them out a little bit there, but Senegal's starting to find their level. I do know for a fact yesterday they did also have a very good game in Miramar, and it's starting to translate into today. So that's starting to show you what teams do tend to dwell better in Miramar. 9 knocks and 7 assists to follow through for Senegal. They did an amazing job. They did put Algeria under a lot of pressure, but that chicken dinner just puts things into a much better perspective for Algeria. 15 eliminations is a big distance to cover, but Egypt put themselves at 160 points after 11 games. One more game to go. Algeria increasing the gap even further. South Africa with what is that, 29? Is that 29 points? I think it's 29 points between them and Morocco, and Algeria in second place with 141, with Morocco in third place with 113. 29 points, DK, is still very possible, but can it be done?
It's gonna be tough. Is it possible? Yes. Is it possible in the last match? That is a good question. The answer to which I don't have just yet, right? Hopefully, who knows, right? But there is going to be a lot of pressure on South Africa if they're going to try and pull off a move like that. I mean, you could even extend it to Mauritius, right? Mauritius could also look to make that exact same move. So who will be the one to get the job done? It's to be seen. But I think we could especially see from the team sitting towards the top of the board, like maybe Morocco or Egypt could potentially opt for a slightly more passive approach this time around, where I think Algeria is really going to try, or rather Algeria is going to take it a little bit more quiet. Morocco, they're going to try and up the ante to see if they can play that catch-up game. But the two teams that really have to bring it all is going to be, I would say, South Africa and Mauritius moving into this final stretch.
Yeah, I mean, if you do look at what the leaderboard tells you, it's more of, do Algeria want the first place position now? Because that is another thing they might want to decide they want to brag with, that they snatched first position away from Egypt, who held it from yesterday down to the last game. That is also something that they might be looking to do. And also I think we did see South Africa in fourth position and Mauritius in fifth, but the distance between them is not that far-fetched. So Mauritius can't decide that they want to finish in the top 4 at least. If they can't make it into the top 3, they might as well finish above South Africa. So it's all a matter of bragging rights in this final game. So there's still a lot to play for, and I know for a fact that some of these players in these teams, they want to finish in the best possible position if the structure of the tournament allows it. So yeah, there's a big chance that Mauritius would say, nah, I don't want us finishing in 5th. I want us to finish at least in the top 4. We can say we finish in the top 4, and same goes for South Africa. They might say, yeah, we don't want to finish we don't want to slip out of top 4. We want to still stay in the conversation. And Algeria might say, yeah, I don't want to finish second place. I want to finish above Egypt. I want to say that I bested Egypt in this tournament. They had a very, very solid start at the beginning of the tournament, but somehow we snatched that first position away from them. Morocco might be saying the same thing. I don't want to finish third. I want to finish second. Or I want to finish first. It's a possibility. So that is what we're going to be looking out for in this final game of Miramar.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to who wants it the most, right? And as you said, there's still quite a bit of a decisive play that can be made here. Looking at the flight path, though, it is going to be a little bit more kind to the players as they can look to get themselves properly situated and prepped for what this last match will bring to the battleground. It is going to be Morocco going for that far southern setup here, all the way down to Valle del Mar. South Africa going to be spreading themselves out between Monte Nuevo and La Driera. Nigeria, though, landing just to the west there of El Pozo. So this could potentially maybe result in them rushing forward in onto the side there of Madagascar.
Yeah, there's a big chance that might be happening, but fingers crossed for the action there. We've seen it. They are holding out Pozo for themselves. Crater Fields again. This playing path is not the worst we've seen, cut right through the middle for most of the teams, but the play zone is not too favorable for those teams already in the western side. It looks like the action has already started to kick off. Mauritius putting in the work. I think we're a team short. You know, kind of events. Djibouti now trying to set up this one. A couple shots being sent their way as well. Unfortunately, will not be the case this time. A little bit of a trade-off there, but NASA, he's got no utilities though. And all he's got, I think it's a bow and arrow. Doesn't look like much is gonna yield from that one. Logic will be getting picked up. And this puts things into an interesting perspective though for Djibouti. Again, we've seen them. This has basically been, you know, what their day has been all about. They have crash landed on so many different teams in all the maps. I think it was the previous map that they didn't land on anyone, but turns out they do catch Mauritius this time, and it is going to be Exist that sends them back into the lobby. 3 eliminations for Mauritius. It's a big way to start the game.
Yeah, it definitely is a big way to start it, but let's see whether or not they'll be able to end it now. Djibouti, I like the fact that they like to play the upset here. You know, just being having a little bit of excitement across the way. Speaking about which, it is going to be Egypt moving up, finding one of the players there from Algeria. So we were talking about upsets, but I was not really expecting this to be the flavor of the day, as it is upsets on upsets. Egypt rushing the team behind them. Mauritius getting pressured by Djibouti. Yeah, if Mauritius gets taken out, that does change up things quite a bit here, but at least for the time being, they are holding strong and holding steady. Now NASA following up with the rest of the crew here as they descend down into Picado. And this is what we want to see, right? That spread, where the zone is, and of course, how the teams will have to work to get themselves situated. And the answer is quite a bit. It is not going to be too easy of a zone shift, but again, not one of the craziest ones that we've had so far.
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right. It's not the craziest one we've had so far, but it's not the worst either. So you can see Ghana and Tunisia making themselves at home. Egypt as well in that western side. Over to the graveyard. Mauritius selling quite nicely, or rather north of the graveyard. They're still outside of Hacienda in the east side of San Martin again. But all the way to the top, we've got Benin just chilling out there, uncontested. Probably going to rotate into El Azahar as the zone closes in. Nigeria in a 2-2 split over to that northwestern side of Trailer Park, uncontested as well. Madagascar enjoying El Pozo, and Niger in La Cobiera uncontested as well. And deep into the southwest, we've got the Moroccans just chilling quite nicely. In Senegal, also in Chumacera, uncontested, enjoying that position. Xenos also very, very close to the western side. Probably going to run into the Egyptians if he's not careful enough. And South Africa also going to be calling Monte Nuevo home. So all of the teams spread out quite nicely. It is really in that first zone, that first shift, that we are going to see actually mean.
Yeah, we'll definitely find out. I like that Xenos is going to be exploring, right? As you said, Xenos needs to be cautious not to get caught out. But with Egypt all the way up in Picado, I'm not necessarily seeing too much of a concern on that front. In the meanwhile, it is going to be Mauritius that... Ooh. Okay, hang on. Mauritius rotation could maybe, if they continue further down south, it could lead them closer to Picado. And that would be a very, very risky decision to make, because with Egypt there and Egypt being as relentless as they are, I don't necessarily think that is where they would like to find themselves situated. But the big kicker in this game is going to be, of course, what Morocco is going to be doing as they now take their approach. They start to move from that southern side. South Africa, at least for the time being, keeping it a little bit more cautious. Reverb, curious whether or not they are going to start to explore like they did in the previous Miramar, or stay with the team a little bit more, right? Not get caught out, as we've seen, because the more numbers you have, the higher your probability and the better your odds are to have a successful run. Now, Egypt spotted out Mauritius, and this is where things could start to take a little bit of a turn here for the Mauritian side.
Yeah, If they do make a rotation to the north, they run into Algeria. If they do make a rotation towards the south, they probably run into Egypt. And this is, well, spoke too soon. It looks like that's going to be the case. And that is what they're doing right now. Okay, she's already under siege. Egypt already breaking inside. That's a good grenade. But unfortunately, it's not enough to seal the deal there. A little bit of a bump and sweep there coming through from Egypt. Mauritius, this is not the game they want to lose out in. Unfortunately, Kaish is going to get knocked away. There's trouble for Mauritius right now. Egypt trying to close this out. If they eliminate Mauritius, that's going to be the end of the road. They will not climb any further up on that leaderboard. They cannot afford this right now. It's a little bit too early, but they've got so many angles. But Frags will return one with a DBS, and Nasser is going to get knocked away. Over to the other side again. Egypt still have a lot of angles to cover here, and that is the angle that they're trying to hold on, but there's two going for the third. Barad is over to the other side, goes for the flush. Over to the right hand side now. Logic making his way through to get the pickup. Unfortunately, Exist is not going to like this one as he goes back into the lobby. Logic 1 versus 2 potentially playing off that northern side again. Too many angles, too many corners to cover. Logic is in serious trouble right now. So many eliminations could be forced out of this if Egypt try to hold the lines.
So far, Mauritius, they are just down to that solo. Logic now looking to see if they can bring this one home. Exist at least finding those 3 trades. So Mauritius won't be going back empty-handed, but they want to do far better than this. Unfortunately for them. Oh, Egypt rushed right up into them. Logic finds the first. Oh, and there we go. It is the end of the road as Egypt wraps up Mauritius. Yet another team down for the count. Egypt sitting on a very comfortable 5 eliminations. And the zone is going to get ready to pop. South Africa find themselves rolling up alongside Senegal and Morocco as the exchange is there. South Africa, of course, hot on the heels of Morocco, trying to catch them with regards to points. But this is not quite the way that I think they intended that to happen. As MLK gets found out. Lazy Boy quick with the reaction here. Very sharp on those sprays. Here comes the Sanhok Chapo now, looking to push on forward. The confirmation is there. South Africa down to a 2-piece. Oh, 3-piece still as they hold steady. Angles as Morocco descends down upon them is going to be quite tough to cover. I like this very confident push coming through as Morocco moves on in. They do find Pubg, the one down, Links down as well. Now it sneaks, the last one left for the South African side, looking to see if they can survive and maybe try and avenge their teammates. But this might be a very futile attempt because looking at what Morocco is doing here, they are not going to be sitting back and waiting for anything to come to them.
Unfortunate scenes for South Africa here as a Reverb will eat a couple of shotgun shells to the face as he goes back into the lobby, but Sneaks will hightail it and get out of dodge to see if he can reduce the deficit from between him and the rest of the opposition. But that is Morocco doing exactly what they wanted to do here. Again, the positions have been very futile for the most part. Senegal now managing to steal one away as Carry Boy will not see the end of this particular game. He has been sent back into the lobby courtesy of Senegal. And El Chapo and the rest of the squad trying to get themselves up onto that high ground hillside position just to occupy that. I'm pretty sure he saw that car, right? There's no way he did not see that truck in the middle of the road. But he sure had the map open. Morocco on the front foot, playing a little bit closer towards that southwestern side. It's a good shout. You know, just west of Los Leones, trying to keep the rest of the opposition from getting inside of the zone. But it is an open season right now. We're down to 11 teams, 36 players in the cut. And Egypt and Morocco pretty much leading the pack with 5 eliminations to 4 apiece. Algeria won a piece of the action as well. They've added a couple more. And they will be sending a couple shots through as well to ward off that angle that Egypt is trying to hold. Tunisia won a piece of the action as well. But they have learned that, yeah, they do not want a piece of this. As 10X is going to be on the receiving end of a Mini 14. Probably not going to like that one, but he will trade it off. Roses will send him all the way back. And there will be more chaos ensuing as Algeria try to hold this down. Clever still knocked away. Player 1 trying to circle back, get a better angle and a better position to close this down. Spawn over to the hillside, trying to hold that high angle position, but he has been spotted. And the pre-fire, absolutely brilliant from Player 1 for Algeria. But Egypt, they've heard the commotion. They want this, they want more, they want to finish number 1. They know that it is Algeria and they want to wrap this up. Nasser has already pulled up to the scene. He wants to crack inside and he's been spotted. Player 1 surely doesn't escape the chaos and the vengeance from Nasser. He did manage to eliminate in the previous game, but not this time. He gets knocked away. And Algeria now, they have turned from the hunter to the hunted, and Egypt are turning them inside out.
I mean, to think they needed quite a few points to try and play catch up, but Egypt now just asserting that dominance, as 10x is going to be the last one left here for Algeria. Not quite seeing that res just yet. They are going to attempt it up on towards Roses, so there is a slight little window for Algeria to try and bounce back to see if they can get it done. Now the approach is there. Angles coming through. Egypt seem a little bit hesitant, right? Not going to be sending it up too much, waiting instead to see if something could be unraveling over here. But Egypt not really in a position where they need to be too worried all too much. It is going to be Ghana going for a little bit of that loot grab as well, but still a very tight position here on Algeria. Player 1 conveying a lot of that information back to the rest of the squad, but there's not much movement elsewhere in the zone, right? This northeastern side pretty consistent. The team's waiting patiently because they don't want to be the next one to fall. Tunisia also trying to play as good of a spread here as they can, but they only have 2 players up. So Clever and Ramsey need to be very cautious as to how they approach this game.
Absolutely cautious. Can't afford to make any mistakes at this stage, but they know that their campaign, the Iesf, will come to an end, and an abrupt end if you ask me. Marshall goes for the drop. Beautiful grenade from UG Boy onto UG Boy as he escorts himself and he's back into the lobby under that amount of pressure from the Moroccans. Again, they're trying to hold this down, but the Algerians playing as 2 now. It's not necessarily the best show that they've had so far, but it looks like Egypt is trying to turn this around. 7 eliminations and counting. They're trying to make sure that they finish number 1, and they want to make it very clear that they are not touchable. And it is very obvious that Algeria on the other side here trying to make themselves out of this. Nasser, a little bit of a good shot with the bait and switch. The Mini 14 is the one that cracks the shield there, force him all the way back. But hopefully we'll be getting picked up, as Tunisia will not be advancing any further. Again, they were not cautious, like you said, DK, and they have paid the ultimate price.
Yeah, sometimes there's you know, when when the bell is rung, and there's not much else that you can do. Now, Egypt looking to quickly grab a little bit of their spoils here before continuing back in towards the zone. We do see the players there from Benin starting to feel the pressure as well, as the zone is starting to fight back. Benin still have a long way to rotate. Madagascar, though, are going to be gatekeeping the edge of zone as Algeria take their approach, moving further upwards. Benin, Spain getting taken down as Ghana looks to strike on down. Madagascar still playing against Algeria. And now, it does seem like Madagascar, they've made enough noise. There's not going to be much, all too much getting converted from that, at least not for the time being. But there could be another potential play to be had, depending on what Ghana does with their positioning here. Egypt pushing further down towards that southern side. Sneaks there for South Africa, still going to be holding over on towards the far western front, needing to relocate back into the safety of the zone. But realistically, South Africa needs 29 points, as you said earlier, to try and catch up with where Morocco was. But now Morocco has added 5 points on top of that, so that puts it back at 34 points. So 1 elimination, that's not going to cut it quite just yet. So I think there's a very high probability that the top 3 is going to remain the top 3 come end of this event and end of this match as well. But now it is going to be Egypt looking to lock in more. They've got 8 eliminations already secured. The full squad is still up on their feet and ready to rotate. Now Madagascar hiding in the shack here, trying to see if they can buy a little bit of time. They want to go out with a bang, but they don't want to get rushed by the Egyptians.
Yeah, you can see the hesitation coming out from them. They do have a plan here, but it looks like it's going to be a hard one to execute as Benin have been eliminated and sent back into the lobby as the Ghanaians also setting their sights onto the Moroccans, and they have been forced out the zone, but they do have a little bit of a pace to cover over to that eastern side. Probably going to make a rotation over to the right to close them a lot in the mix here, trying to deal with the
Well, let's see how much chaos they will continue to be now. Ghana getting pushed a little bit on the edge of zone as Morocco moves in from that southern side. It could be a very exciting exchange here for both squads. Ghana has shown in previous matches that they do possess some pretty good capabilities here. And see what this final showing is going to be in the final match of the Iesf Africa qualifiers. Now, Ghana moving in, 2 players, Knockers and Devil. The sprays are there. You can see Morocco just on the edge. Marshall taking a quick, brief moment to try and reload. Make sure they are ready to continue with the flow. Lazy Boy, though, is going to come through with a little bit of a wrap around Egypt on the opposing end. Just repositioning, looking to disengage from this fight. They want to get themselves set up in anticipation of the rotations moving forward. But the game is afoot, as you can see. Ghana not going to be stopping anytime soon. They will try to find an angle to play it onto Morocco. But Morocco, up on the hill, not going to make it easy to find them just yet.
I mean, there is a lot of ground to cover, though. Nasser, unfortunately, will come to his injuries. He goes out. More and more players, and now they will be traded off, and that will be the end of the road for them, courtesy of Madagascar. And this is the game where Madagascar might decide to find themselves. El Chapo getting spotted out there. That's an AWM. He has to be very careful, though, not to peek his head out a little bit too much. He might be losing that head. 2 eliminations for Ghana right now. They're trying to hold this down, and Rose is also too close for comfort. Lazy Boy giving him a little bit of a warning shot over to that side as well. But they do have the numbers if they could manage their way through. Probably a big spend, but the angles are too tight. Morocco using that opportunity now, and Madagascar setting their sights against the Nigerians, and the first knock to follow through. Nigeria, this might be the first time I've seen them in the top, finishing in the top 8 at this stage. Probably the best performance they've had so far today, if they can add some eliminations to that joint. But right now, Devil trying to be the one stopping the guys from Morocco making it into the zone. He's trying to play, you know, the blockage, and he has spotted Marshall. He sees the rotation, and he is trying to circle back and get a better angle on them. I like this play coming through from Devil again. He's a very, very, very solid position, but can he find a way through? Devil over to the other side as well. Are we going to play through from the right hand side? He will set it through, and Lazy Boy spotted through, runs through again, and now Devil has been spotted. He will be getting knocked away. That element of surprise that he was relying on doesn't look like it's going to play. I mean, he had all the time in the world to make something happen from here, but unfortunately that will not be the case. Ghana will be swept aside by Morocco. 9 eliminations to the good, and 1 step closer to that chicken dinner.
Well, there we go. We are seeing a little bit of action now coming through from South Africa over on the edge of the zone up towards that northwestern section here. Algeria still pretty much focused over on towards the east. And this is where we know Morocco have just cleaned it up as they are getting ready to move further and further into the zone itself. Now, South Africa holding on with the solo. You were talking about Nigeria, saying that this is so far the best that you've seen from them today. Let's see if they can double down. Can they get the finishing blow here? South Africa going to try and cook up the nades. It is going to be 11. Oh, sending the hits just there to that res. The confirmation is in. So Sneaks now gets a cheeky grenade, but does take an absolute bucket load of damage. 11 going to look to maybe double down, but got to watch out for Madagascar hot on their heels. And the blue is going to force the hand, keep them moving on forward. Got to be careful of these ridge lines. quite a bit of a revealing angle here now for the side of Sneaks. Zazorn does pull them further and further inwards, now moving down into the bowl. So we are going to be seeing quite a bit of that high ground positioning being played out here, especially looking up to where Madagascar and, of course, Nigeria find themselves currently situated. It does seem like 11 is going to quickly fall back. Now, there's an opportunity for Sneaks, maybe to sneak up into the zone, but still going to keep a very close eye on Niger coming through from that southern side.
Yeah, I mean, Niger do have a very interesting angle, though. Sneaks has been spotted. Doesn't look like he's going to make it far, unless he utilizes those smokes to perfection and hopefully doesn't get spotted out. But 11 does pop the first smoke over to the other side. And Madagascar have decided to rear their head on the other side of the ridge line, and now trying to keep that position open for the rest of his teammates to crash inside. Nash playing in from that western side, probably going to get spotted out too. And Algeria also putting the screws to the Moroccans this time around. It's Lazy Boy that's going to be the victim. Over to the other side again. El Chapo spotted out in the open. He was trying to observe the birds, but unfortunately he will observe the 5.56s sent his way by 10x over to that other side. Now there's 2 of them left, and there's more pressure being sent this way. Don't forget, Algeria have all of the play zone to work with here, but there are only 2 of them left, and Morocco as well, usually in the same field. And Chapo doesn't look like he will be getting picked up, and that will be another elimination added under their belt. Marshall plays behind them in the open space, but Young will get the final drop, as South Africa will be going out in 6th place.
Well, there we go. We now have a pretty good idea as to what the final outcome will be moving forward here. Morocco still in it, and they're still going to try and wing it. Will they be able to catch up to Algeria with regards to those overall points? As you can see, Algeria sitting on 3 eliminations. Morocco coming through on a glorious 9 pointers. But is there going to be enough of an opportunity here? Of course, coming into this match, there was quite a bit of a gap. 41 versus 13, right? So that does give us quite a bit of disparity. I think it's, what, 28 points in total? Doing quick math, don't judge me on that, but let's go with that. So if Morocco can get 28 points, which they need 21 more than they currently have, firstly, I don't really see that being possible right now with the amount of players that we still have remaining. But if there's a way to get close to it, this is going to be the match to try and make that happen. One player up, though, does really make it quite challenging for them. But based on numbers, right, Madagascar, I mean, they are making some moves out here with a 33% chance to take in the victory.
Yeah, I mean, we see it happening time and time again. Like I said, the last game is always going to give you something different, and looks like this is the game Madagascar finally start to wake up. But now they are trying to find an angle here to take hold of this ridge line and the high ground position, but Nigeria doesn't look like they want to give it up just yet. Nash with a grenade in hand, looking for a way to break this inside. That's a beautiful grenade, perfectly lobbed, but unfortunately just a couple of inches wide, not enough to crack open the defense that Nigeria has right now, not enough to force them out into the open, and the play zone is not too favorable either way. They have been forced out. They will have to move just the way around. They will have to make an advance over to that top half of that zone. Again, things are looking very dicey for them. If they do not manage to find their way through, it could be very difficult to close it out. But it is always going to boil down to who wants it more. Right now, Madagascar do have the numbers. They've got 4 players up. They've got 5 eliminations. Usually when you see stats like these, it usually leads to a chicken dinner. Marshall spotted by Wick, and that's going to be the end of the road for the Moroccans. And now we are down to 4 teams, 12 players alive, and inside of those 12 players, 4 belong to Madagascar. The rest of the other teams are short 1 or 2 players. Well, the ball is in Madagascar's court right now. All they have to do is hold tight. Nigeria have somehow lost the zone. They have been shifted out of position. Now it is all Madagascar's ball, but they have to be very careful. That guy makes a rotation relatively very quickly. They're making their way through, and they're trying to hold it down, but they have to make sure that Madagascar do not block that sight into the zone going forward.
It's going to be a tough entry indeed, but now so far, gotta say, Madagascar looking pretty good. Nigeria now starting to roll into it. As you can see, 11 finding a bit of damage, but not enough to do anything with just yet. Now, ooh, 11 getting targeted, spotted out as they try and duck behind the ridge. The blue gets the better of them, and that is Nigeria now down to a two-piece. It is going to be Baby and that guy looking to see where they can take this towards next. Of course, the pressure is on here. Nigeria on 2. It is going to be Niger sitting on 2 as well as Algeria. And then it is Madagascar making their moves. Absol, the rest of the crew looking pretty good. They cut those 5 eliminations up. 42% chance to win that winner chicken dinner. Make that 43 as the numbers continue to rise. All they got to do now is just keep the ball going. Hang on. P90 coming into play as I believe it was that guy just picking it up. That could be quite a bit of a game changer. Not quite sure if it's going to come in soon enough or whether or not that guy is actually going to be utilizing it moving through for the remainder of this game. But here we have it. Nigeria spotting a bit of an opportunity. You can see Young there, the final player left for the side of Niger, just making their way down into the bowl. And I think this position is so incredibly interesting because there's only so many places you can hide, especially with a blue zone that's going to start to pressure these squads. Everybody is going to be feeling exceptionally vulnerable here.
You're absolutely right. You know, there's a lot of exposure going on here. Madagascar trying their best to hold this entire position by their lonesome. Remember, they do have 3 other teams to worry about. Algeria not too far away. They could be very, very proactive on this. That guy does have the P90. He's a game changer, but will he be able to change the game? Does he have enough time to cover that zone movement? Algeria, on the other hand, not necessarily having to move too far or move too deep into the zone. Absol also on the other side has a corner to work with. But Madagascar need to be very proactive. They need to make sure that these positions can be covered. And now, Nerd, almost getting spotted out there. He does decide to take the 1v1. He does decide to be proactive. Spins over to the right-hand side and does get the first drop. 10x goes down. Roses with a grenade just over the top, but it doesn't connect the way he wanted it to. But he will try again. A couple more shots to deal with here. But now they have decided to set their sights onto the Algerians, and now they will close that down. Perfect opportunity for Young to pitch in, but he doesn't. He holds out a little bit longer, and the Nigerians on the other side not getting into the action either. They do find a little bit of a ditch, and Nash has a perfect position to call the shots out from. And Nigeria have a higher mountain to climb going into this final third.
Well, this is going to be that last play, the last hurrah, as we are in stage number 9. 2 minutes until this match ends, right? And it doesn't matter who is still alive, the match is going to end either which way. So here we go. Madagascar looking nice and steady. I'm just wondering, where has this Madagascan team been for the entirety of yesterday and today, right? They woke up on the very last Miramar to show us that, you know, they are still there. They can still make a little bit of that magic happen. I'm quite happy to see it. Would have loved to have seen it a little bit sooner on. But here we go. Good spray coming through from that guy. Ooh, Baby getting dropped on down. There's going to be opportunity for Madagascar to try and clean it up. The final player standing between them and a winner with a chicken dinner as a P90 in hand. Oh, but that's not going to be enough as it is. Madagascar making the moves, stepping up to the plate, securing themselves the very last and final winner chicken dinner right here in the Iesf Africa qualifiers.
Well, like I told you, it's always going to be something different the last game. Always going to be something different. Always going to be something special. And we just saw Madagascar step up after 11 matches. Unfortunately, they just couldn't hack it. I mean, I'm pretty sure if he didn't go for the flush, there could have been an opportunity for him to do something special there, though. But it is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. The action has come to a close, and what a banger of a game we had in this last draw. Like I said, DK, this last game always gives you some unexpected, you know, and it did give us something unexpected. Madagascar finishing top draw, chicken dinner in hand, probably catapults them over, you know, the rest of those other teams. And remember, they were struggling on the second page of the leaderboard. Pretty sure that's not going to be the case at the end of this now.
Yeah, I mean, they had 28 points coming into the final match. the last hurrah, right? The final attempt to secure whatever they can. They closed it off in a beautiful fashion, right? As I said, it would have been great to see that happen or start to happen quite a bit earlier in today's games, but it is what it is at the end of the day. C'est la vie, no? But that's it, right? We've now watched all 12 matches, and this is going to be the go time to see who's made it to where. And of course, as I mentioned before, I think it's pretty safe to say the top 3 is the top 3, and there's not going to be any change with regards to that. But it's still going to be interesting to see where all the teams and countries ended up overall, right? How this final match kind of culminated in with the other 11 games that they had played to finish this all up. So we'll be getting into that in a very short moment as well, just waiting for all the stats and everything to be prepped and ready to go. But speaking of which, let's start it off. It is going to be the breakdown here for the winner chicken dinner. Madagascar. They like to move it. They liked to move it, and they did quite a bit of a move here, as we can see. Nerd being the top performer for the squad, right? 759 damage with the 3 assists, doing quite a bit of work, but it was Beru doing the rest, right? 4 eliminations for a grand total of 10 for the Madagascar side.
Yeah, big moves for them. 10 elims. That's probably the best they've ever done, so far, and that tells you a lot. It did spread across. Everybody got a piece of the action. Nash was in there, Barry was in there, Absolve was in there as well. They did turn up the heat. We did love seeing them in this Miramar game, and they showed us exactly, how much potential they had, what they could have done, and it was incredible to watch. It was a very good game for Madagascar, and like you said, Madagascar was one of those teams to be on the lookout for. It was just very, very unfortunate that they just didn't find their footing as early as they would have wanted, and this is just what it turned out to be. But still, they did finish very strongly. It was a very solid game. 8 after a couple of matches, they did manage to get themselves that final chicken dinner that was elusive. I really thought it was going to be South Africa that got it, but it was an elusive chicken dinner. Somebody had to get it, and Madagascar just happened to pick it up.
Yeah, well played to them, right? A win is a win. Even if it's a match win, it's still a glorious achievement. So well done to them. But here we go, taking a look at our match summary. Not as much elims or knocks as we've seen before, but also we had 13, 14 squads coming into this round. So it kind of makes sense to see a slight little bit of a drop down in that. Also, the range not really as high as it's been. The survival time also slightly lower, only 13 hours and 5 minutes this time around. And you can, of course, see the total heals, though. Previous match, it was almost 8,000. This time, it is definitely more than 8,000. So, well done to that. Headshots, surprisingly low. Only 6 of them have been found throughout this entire match.
Well, I think that's the lowest we've seen today, right? I think that would be the lowest we've seen today. But regardless of that, it tells you all you need to know. We did have a high number of throwables used, still a high number of heals, still, airdrops did get looted up. I think we saw the last one being that guy from Young Rising picking up the P90. We saw that 13 minutes on the clock, pretty much similar to the last Miramar game. We saw more of the same, so still a bit more of the strategy applied here. But even at that, the leaderboard tells you straight up, Madagascar 20 points, Morocco still in the mix with 12 points to the good, Algeria with 9, Egypt with 9 as well, Nigeria with 7, Niger with 7 as well, South Africa with 4, Ghana with 3, and Mauritius with 3. But again, after you see Madagascar, who do you see? You see Morocco, Algeria, and Egypt just lined up together.
Because they move as a unit, we would say here, right? And of course, Senegal is going to be the team to close us off with the points. They're coming in on 1. And then we find the rest, right? Benin, Tunisia, and Djibouti closing it off unfortunately not finding themselves any points into this final match. But still a very exciting game nonetheless. As we take a look now over to our head-to-head, it is going to be Madagascar and in Morocco rather, with their standoff points, right? 10 versus 9. Almost 1900 damage versus the 1839 coming through there from the side of Morocco. But aside from that, it is a very balanced position between both these squads.
Yeah, pretty much more of the same. You know, Madagascar, Morocco tying up. It's pretty much very, like you said, very balanced. This was Madagascar activating themselves in the final third. It was very, very unfortunate, but that tells you that it's just been a very, very difficult turn of events. 169 points, almost 170 points from Egypt, showing their absolute dominance. You can see Zimbabwe, Ivory Coast, Congo, unfortunately no points on the board for them. Djibouti with 14 points, Tunisia with 24, and Benin with 31. And unfortunately 31 points still doesn't put you on the front part of the leaderboard, but take a look at that. Algeria and Morocco with 150 and 125. 25 points between the two of them, and almost 25 points between Algeria and Egypt as well. That tells you how incredible these teams have performed.
Yeah, they definitely have stepped it up quite a bit. And it's interesting to see Madagascar with their final winner chicken dinner now climbing all the way up to that 9th position, showing that they are, they're still here. they can decide to play when everything goes, or when everything works out well for them. But yeah, we can see our top 5 there. South Africa again being the only team within that top 5, not walking away with a winner chicken dinner. Ghana also the only team in the top 7. Well, I mean, in the top 9, there's only 3 teams that have not been able to get that winner chicken dinner. Algeria definitely setting the standard with 4 victories, 3 chickens going to Morocco, 2 to the side there of Egypt, and then of course we can see the rest of that breakdown as well. But I mean, you got to commend the Egypt squad for what they've been able to do. 121 eliminations, right? 121, right? That alone would put them in 4th place.
Incredible, absolutely incredible, showing their dominance once again. Egypt, we've seen it time and time again. This team is absolutely incredible. 121 eliminations is nothing short of breathtaking. This is one of those teams that you just have to respect their abilities, and they have shown it time and time again that they have what it takes. They have, but the rest of the other regions are still trying to pick up on, and once again, Egypt, you got to respect it. They have that experience, they have that ability, they have that consistency, and they know what is required to finish top every single time.
I mean, and it's quite an impressive performance that we've seen there, but you also got to give it up to Algeria and Morocco, right? Because last year Egypt placed ahead of 2nd place by almost 100 points, right? 90 something, 94, 92 points, right? That in and of itself is pretty ridiculous. So now for that gap to be considerably smaller, I think it is going to be quite impressive. But also to take into account, last year we had 18 matches. This year there was only 12. So that does change up the dynamic ever so slightly. But I still think all in all a very, very impressive performance across the board. Now on that one, of course, we know now who our final teams are, where they find themselves, and of course what the points are that they were able to secure. And I think I want to take a quick moment just to thank everybody that tuned in for the broadcast. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope you are proud of what your countries have done. And of course, a big shout out going out to the Iesf. Also want to thank production for doing an amazing job. And then of course, big thank you to both my co-casters, Mr. Priest, and of course to Mitch Gaming as well. Really appreciate you guys being on here with me. But on that one, Priest, any final words?
I mean, big shout out to Iesf, like you said, production and everybody that came together to make this happen. It has been an amazing journey. I've had fun. It's been a ride, but hopefully we'll see, what comes next after this. But it has been amazing so far. Hopefully we'll see more of this and more of the same.
Yeah, couldn't have said more than that myself. So on that bombshell, we are going to be ending it right here. I hope you all have a fantastic time, and we look forward to seeing you back again soon. Until then, stay safe, stay fresh, and stay frosty. Bye for now.